Nice to be in orbit.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Good morning. Welcome. The time has come. Welcome to our 2020 Innovation and Opportunity Conference brought to you by NASA's SBIR, STTR Program. I'm Dr. Quentin Bonds. I'm one of your MCs for the week. And we are so thrilled to have you here today. Our team all year has been working very hard to put together the best and the brightest speakers. They've strategically structured the program to give you keen insights and information to help you to be successful with the program. I am one of your MCs for today, and like I mentioned, for the rest of the week, and I'm joined here with my colleague, the Mike Vinji. Mike?
Well, hello from Florida. I'm Mike Vinji, and I lead the SBIR activities here at Kennedy Space Center. I'm told we have nearly 1,700 registrations for this event, so we're in good company with a mix of small businesses and research institutions and NASA representatives. And to give you a sense of the breakout, and according to the latest data, we have about a little over 500 phase zeros, which are those that are new to the SBIR program and the journey and are wanting to get ready to do a phase one proposal for themselves. And we also have a little bit over 550, 560 phase ones. And those are folks that have recently been awarded and they want to make the most of the experience now that they're into the program. And we've got about 360 phase two and beyond. And those are people with a little more seasoning who want to understand how to leverage the opportunities that they have and to make the right connections so they can transition their technology past phase two. We've got about 153 MSIs. Those are minority serving institutes. And I really wanted to point those out for any of the companies that are looking for a partner to join with so that they become eligible for the STTR subtopics. And the rest are kind of the other folks, about 80, 90 people that include other businesses, other government agency reps, and a lot more NASA folks like myself and Quentin. So keep those numbers in mind. Because the value of this conference isn't just the information that we're going to be throwing at you all day long, but it's also in the networking sessions that allow you to connect with other people. So don't just take what we're telling you about the program. Also try to get the perspectives from your fellow participants who you can join in the networking. So everybody's kind of in the same boat and they've got a lot of the same questions. Maybe you've got a piece of information that can help others. Quentin?
Yeah, Mike, I think that's a very good point. It's always very challenging to conduct a conference virtually. However, the way our team has structured this conference, we're going to make it very interactive so you can hear from us, you can hear from other participants. And just like Mike said, don't be afraid to engage with people virtually and learn from some of your colleagues. And Mike, thanks again for the breakouts. And as you know, Mike, I'm relatively new to the program, less than 2 years in myself. And it's a lot to learn and it's a lot to know. So I can relate to a lot of firms that are on the line right now where you're thinking, like, how do I navigate NASA? You know, I'm reading about this term success. What is a success? I'm reading NASA's talking about transition. What is a transition, right? What are NASA's needs and how do small businesses play a role in that need? Can small businesses create technologies that are substantial enough to make an impact to benefit NASA, and what opportunities are there for small business? And so I can relate to those of you that may have those questions that's new, but this conference was strategically structured to meet that need. Our team has put together, a very, very interesting program to tackle a lot of your questions head on. They've done this in a very various form. So we have live panels, we have pre-recorded sessions, we have technical breakout sessions. Mike talked about the networking opportunities. There's a chat box to drop your questions. However, it's a large conference, just like Mike said, we have over 1,700 participants. If we don't get to your question, we're having an Ask Me Anything segment tomorrow with our project management office. And so please feel free, if we don't get to your questions, bring your questions to that Ask Me Anything questions. Ask Me Anything session. We want to hear from you. You know, we want to be able to engage with you. We want to be able to ask your technical questions. So that, I want to just reiterate, that Ask Me Anything session is your opportunity to ask those questions. Mike?
Sure. And if you happen to miss any one of these sessions that we're talking about or want to go back and rewatch something, we're recording all of them. So all day, everything will be recorded and it'll be on the website soon after the event. The only thing we're not going to record is any of the network sessions because that's more a private conversation amongst the different attendees. So before you jump off into networking this afternoon, I want to make sure that we pointed out a cool new feature that we're offering in a virtual environment this year, our business card directory. So definitely take a few minutes to fill out your info by clicking on the Add Your Virtual Business Card button. That's on the agenda page. It's right next to the button that you'll click to join the networking over the midday break, so hopefully you can't miss it. Be sure to browse through it to see who else is here, and this is also a great opportunity to mine for connections and other business opportunities. But back to talking about the resources that we have prepped for you. You may have noticed that we put some independent time on the agenda at the beginning and the end of each day for you to peruse the resource library. We strongly encourage you to visit the resource library for even more information. And some agenda items, they have prerequisites, and you'll find those resources in the library. So the idea is that get a chance to skim through some of these things, and that way when you're going to that particular event, you'll have a lot better understanding of what's going on. You'll be more prepared. So it's helpful to watch those to be prepared. Quentin.
And so, Mike, I want to kind of dovetail off the resource library, but I really want to call out the firms that have identified themselves as phase zero. Perhaps you look through the agenda, you don't have a NASA customer. Maybe you don't even have an idea yet, but you want to do business with NASA. Take time to look through that resource library. We have things such as how to get started with the phase one. Like, it helps you with your budget. It walks you through the process. And you're going to run into things during this conference that you may feel maybe a little bit above your experience level because you haven't won a NASA award or you haven't been able to do business with NASA. Don't worry about that. We want you to get a head start. So engage in those sessions that even if you feel like, hey, I haven't won a NASA award, I want to win one, just start thinking about this now. We want you to be able to successfully transition your technology. What we mean by that is our goal for SBIR, we want you to be able to infuse your research in our missions, research in our flight projects, right? Like, we want to use your technology. That's what we mean by transition. And we want to be able to we want you to be able to commercialize your technology. So not only do we want you to develop something NASA can use, we want this to be put into the commercial arena and usable by other people. And so it's never too late to start that planning. So go in, jump in, and get engaged in those sessions. Mike?
It's a good point, Quentin. So one of the things we always tell small businesses is to do your homework. The program can be competitive. So as an example, the 2020 phase one cycle that happened last spring, we received almost 1,900 proposals. And of those 1,900, 409 proposals were selected. That ended up being $51 million going out to 312 small businesses spread out over 44 states. So the funding and the opportunity is there, but it's competitive. And you need to actively do your part, which is why you're here today. So we're happy to see so many of you here. One major announcement is that we're actually opening our 2021 phase one solicitation early this year on November 9th rather than January. The reason why we're doing it earlier is to expedite funding to everybody because we know it's been especially hard for small businesses to weather the current environments with the pandemic. So this conference hopefully is a good fit, and it's also very timely advice to get into the rhythm of this next solicitation and hopefully submit a winning proposal this winter. Quentin.
And so I know you're ready to jump into the technical sessions. You want to hear from Administrator Bernstein. Just hear a few logistics. If you're here with us now, you'll see that we're streaming live on YouTube Live, okay? So anytime you want to jump on a technical session, go to our agenda on the website and just click on that link. You'll get right back on YouTube Live and you can join the sessions. Now, today and tomorrow, we talked about these technical breakout sessions on the agenda. The only thing you need to do, same thing, during that time, just click on the button within the agenda and you'll join the technical breakout sessions. Again, all of these topics are listed on our website on the agenda. You probably know this, but we're reiterating this because we know things are complicated in a virtual environment. And so we also talked about technical sessions. Now, because YouTube Live, everybody is muted. We do that for logistical purposes. We're going to do these networking sessions on a platform called Wonder, okay? And so throughout the day, you'll see a link on the agenda to the Wonder platform under the topic that says networking sessions. Only thing you need to do, click on that link, click on Wonder, and you can engage with your colleagues and anybody that you want to engage with. Last but not least for me, before Mike takes us into the first half of the day, we're going to be sending out various polling questions. These are opportunities for us to engage with you so that this conference is not so one-sided. Please take time to participate in the polling. It just gives us insight about what you're thinking, how you're feeling, who's on the line, and it gives us a better idea of how to engage. So don't be afraid to engage in these breakout sessions, all right? All right, that's it, Mike, from me.
Okay, so those are most of the basics, and we ask that you be patient with us because we're going to be operating this 100% virtually for the first time. So if you have any technical trouble during the conference, please send an email to arc-SBIR-outreach@mail.nasa.gov. It's a long email, but if you're on the agenda page, scroll to the bottom and hit "Do you have the questions" button on the bottom with the envelope icon, and it'll get you right to it. Also, we want to see how we're doing, so feel free to make comments via chat. And with all the groundwork set, I'm happy to officially kick off the 2020 Innovation and Opportunity Conference by turning it over to our first speaker, NASA's administrator, Mr. Jim Bridenstine.
Well, thank you, Mike. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Sounds good.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mike and Quentin. You guys did a good job getting us started here. Yes, I am Jim Bridenstine. I'm the NASA administrator, and I wanted to take a moment to talk to all of the companies that are interested in SBIR and STTR, and what an important capability this is, not just for NASA, but in fact for the United States of America. What we're trying to do ultimately is we're trying to benefit from the great innovation and the great creativity that comes from the small business entrepreneurial spirit of the United States of America. So we're looking at American companies that have the ability to provide breakthrough technologies and very innovative capabilities that enable NASA to achieve its mission. But it's more than that. Yes, we want to achieve our mission. But the big thing is we want to see these capabilities be commercialized so that you as a business are not just serving NASA as your customer, but you have customers that aren't NASA, which of course is, I think, the hope of every small business. So thank you for joining us today. I want to be clear, this is a big conference. I know we're doing it virtually, but there are a lot of people attending. I saw a report that said that when we look at the people, the companies that are participating in this, there's 240 companies that are women-owned businesses. There's another 145 companies that are minority-owned businesses. And of course, this is a very good thing for our country. And the diversity across the nation is also impressive. 45 states have companies that are part of this conference, and including Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico are also included. So that's a lot of participation, over 1,700 participants. So what a great opportunity for NASA to reach out to you. Number one, thank you for being interested in what we're trying to do, and then ask you to participate in what we're doing, which I think is really, really important. A couple of things. I'm going to talk about our big mission to go to the moon and on to Mars and how private small companies can participate in that. But first of all, I think it's important for all the different companies out there to know that NASA we have a number of mission directorates, but there are 4 that have, a technological emphasis. So we're thinking about human exploration and operations, which is what everybody thinks of when they think of NASA. How are we going to go into space? How do we get to the moon? How do we get to Mars? Those are all, very important capabilities. We also have an aeronautics mission directorate that focuses on how do we have breakthrough technologies that are going to transform how we fly through the atmosphere, which is also an important capability, and it's transformational for the nation. Aviation is a huge export for the United States of America, and we need to make sure that it stays a huge export for the United States of America. Then we think about the Space Technology Mission Directorate, which is really an area where SBIR is very, very important, because the Space Technology Mission Directorate, they're working on the very low technology readiness level capabilities that need to be matured. And that's really what SBIR is all about. And it's what STTR, which is Small Business Technology Transfer, is all about. And STTR, just for people who aren't aware, that's how small businesses can partner with universities or research institutes and be able to transfer their research, their technology, transfer it into the marketplace so that as many people as possible can benefit from the research happening at those universities. So it's small business, innovation and research, and then STTR. So we've got human exploration, then we've got aeronautics, then we've got the Space Technology Mission Directorate, and then we have the Science Mission Directorate. When we think about the Science Mission Directorate, think about sending robots way out into deep space. We think about robots at orbiting Jupiter or Saturn, or heading all the way out to Pluto and giving us beautiful images of Pluto. That's the science mission. In fact, today, this is a big day for NASA. The Science Mission Directorate today is actually landing on an asteroid in deep space for the first time in human history. It's a mission called OSIRIS-REx. The asteroid is called Bennu. They're going to land on Bennu and bring material from Bennu back to Earth. For the first time in U.S. history, we're going to do an asteroid return mission from deep space. So it's an exciting day for NASA. That's just an aside. But as we go forward, we think about the Science Mission Directorate and all of the things that they do as it relates to robots. We have missions at the sun, for example. If you can believe that, we've got an orbiter that goes through the sun's atmosphere, what's called the solar corona, which is very exciting. So we're getting great data and information. But one thing that I think is important to highlight is, as of right now, the Science Mission Directorate of NASA has a robot that is heading to Mars. We call that little robot Perseverance, and that robot has on it a helicopter called Ingenuity. Now, this little robot has some really impressive technologies, a total of 9 technologies that were advanced with SBIR contracts from small businesses. And I'll highlight 2 of those. So when Perseverance lands on Mars, it's going to have to mitigate a lot of dust. And so there's a dust mitigation tool on this robot that was developed by a small business through an SBIR contract. There's also a laser sensor on this robot that is going to help us. If you can imagine this, imagine being a small business that creates a laser that can help us make a determination for the first time in human history as to whether or not there might have been microbial life on Mars in its ancient past. That's what this laser is going to do. It's going to make a determination when it looks at samples of the soil on Mars. It's going to make a determination as to whether or not that soil was at one time inhabited by microbial life, which is so. If we were to discover that life existed on another world, it would transform. It would add chapters to every science book and every history book that is written. So here we have great innovative companies in the United States of America that are making transformational impacts for NASA's mission. And so that's why SBIR and STTR are so important. They're such important programs for the NASA mission. Since 1980, NASA has allocated $3.3 billion in SBIR, STTR contracts. Now that's a big deal. And it's important to note that even this year, we are focused on getting to the moon and onto Mars. We have a big program right now. We call it Artemis. And the purpose of Artemis is to go to the moon sustainably with humans. We're going to go to the moon and we're going to stay. And of course, according to the President's Space Policy Directive 1, which has a lot of support, bipartisan support in the House and in the Senate, when we go to the moon, we're going to go with commercial partners. That's an important concept. I'm going to talk about that a little later. We're going to go with international partners. We're going to go to the moon to stay. We're going to learn how to live and work on the moon for long periods of time. And then we're going to take all of that knowledge onto Mars. Now, in order to stay on the moon for long periods of time, we have to learn how to use the resources of the moon to live and work. The biggest resource being water ice. We discovered back in 2009 that on the south, and 2010, that on the south pole of the moon, there is hundreds of millions of tons of water ice embedded in the regolith. And so one of our SBIR companies, I should say a legacy SBIR company, a company called Honeybee Robotics. Honeybee Robotics is building a drill and some sensors that can actually bore into the lunar regolith, the lunar soil, up to 3 feet, a drill. And it's going to be able to make determinations as to whether or not there is water ice in a location. And if there is water ice, how do we characterize it? How is it embedded in the regolith? So Honeybee Robotics, which is an SBIR legacy company, is involved in building these technologies. And as early as 2022, they are going to be landing on the moon on a commercial vehicle. I want to be clear. They're going to be landing on the moon on a commercial vehicle. NASA's goal is to be a customer, not the purchaser, owner, and operator of hardware. We want to be a customer. So through an SBIR contract, we develop these capabilities and these sensors, and then we turn to a commercial company and we have them deliver the instrumentation and the tools that we need to the surface of the moon through a program that we call Commercial Lunar Payload Services. In other words, we're going to the moon commercially. Now, all of this that I'm talking about so far is robotic, but I'm highlighting this just so that you know that Honeybee Robotics is an SBIR legacy company, and they started back in 2007, but today they're no longer SBIR because they're not a small business. They're now a large business. So it's an amazing success story where we have helped develop this very innovative, impressive little company to now be a big company. And they're doing great work for NASA with bigger contracts all the time. So that's a success story. Another one that I think I want to highlight is a company called Maston Space Systems, which has, since 2010, Maston Space Systems has had a total of 8 contracts, SBIR contracts with NASA. And some of those SBIR contracts are even going on right now today. And they include things like understanding lunar lander damage. We have models as to how lunar landers are going to land and operate safely on the moon. But what they're doing is they're going to validate that capability with vertical takeoff and landing technologies that they themselves have innovated. So they do those kind of activities. On top of that, recently they got a contract from NASA. So they've taken all of these SBIR the other thing they're doing on the SBIR side is they're helping us understand how to survive on the moon through the lunar night. The lunar night is a total of 14 Earth days long, and so it gets extremely cold during lunar night. So we've got to keep the systems warm. We've got to keep them protected so that our activities on the moon can go forward, after lunar night is over, especially with robotics. And so they're helping us through an SBIR contract determine those kind of technologies and develop those kind of technology. Now, when we think about what they have done now, since 2010, they've been doing SBIR contracts. Now they have a contract to, in fact, land a landing system on the surface of the moon for NASA, which is amazing. Like I said, we talked about Honeybee Robotics. They're going to take a drill to the surface of the moon. Well, they're going to go on a commercial vehicle. One of the commercial vehicles that is available, and they're not married with Maston for their mission, but Maston is one of those companies that will take our instruments to the surface of the moon by 2022. And then Maston has a contract for a mission called Viper, which is a very complex rover that will be on the surface of the moon assessing and characterizing the water ice and helping us determine how do we use the water ice. Remember, water ice, a lot of people say, well, what's the big deal about water ice? Water ice is H2O. It's oxygen to breathe. So when we go with humans, we can use the water ice on the moon to live and work for long periods of time. It's air to breathe, it's oxygen, and it's also hydrogen, which is rocket fuel. It's energy. Hundreds of millions of tons of rocket fuel on the south pole of the moon, or just energy, if you're thinking of a hydrogen fuel cell, for example. But on top of that, H2O is necessary to drink. You got to have water to drink on the surface of the moon. So water is an amazing resource. And of course, Maston Space Systems and Honeybee Robotics, these are SBIR companies that have now grown to get, Maston's contract right now to deliver payloads to the surface of the moon, that's a $75 million contract. They've also got another $13 million contract for some other activities. So there's just a lot of opportunities. The goal here is to take a small, innovative, entrepreneurial company that has low technology readiness level capabilities. In other words, not very mature technology, develop that technology, innovate it in a way that NASA can benefit from it, and then we can become a customer, and other non-NASA, maybe government entities, maybe private companies, they can also be customers. That's our goal when we think about SBIR. Finally, I wanted to talk for a second about another company, and this is one that I think is even more exciting because it's just a little different. It's not going to the moon. Well, actually, it probably will go to the moon. I don't know. There's a company called Made in Space, and they have started with SBIR contracts to figure out how to print in 3D on the space station. So how do we take material up to the microgravity of space and print materials in 3D? One of the challenges of spaceflight is if you want to take a hammer to space, you got to fly it up there. If you want to take a hammer that's maybe a little different, you got to fly an entirely different hammer. Well, if instead you just put material to space, then you can actually create whatever you want once you're there. Printing 3D in space is very challenging, and we've learned that in this process. But with Made in Space, which started back in 2012 with SBIR contracts, we've been able to prove on the International Space Station that we can print materials in 3 dimensions in the microgravity environment of space. And now, of course, they have a $70 million contract to not just go to the International Space Station and prove technologies and capabilities, but in effect to build in space a 33-foot solar array in space. They're going to build it. So one of the challenges we have with spaceflight is anything that you take to space has to fit inside a fairing of a rocket. And you're limited in how big of an object you can take because of the aerodynamics to get out of Earth's atmosphere. Well, what's impressive about what Made in Space is doing is that, look, if you can just take the materials you need to space, and then you can create those objects once you're in space, you're not limited by the fairing size of the rocket that you're launching on. So Made in Space, again, started as an SBIR company. Now they're getting contracts worth tens of millions of dollars for the purpose of creating what NASA needs in space. And of course, they're not doing it just for NASA. Their customers are going to be commercial companies that are maybe delivering, communication satellites or Earth sensing satellites. Take your pick. You can imagine there's a lot of satellites that are going to need solar arrays that are not NASA satellites. The Department of Defense, for example, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for weather, those kind of things. So our goal through SBIR is to have these small, innovative companies have success. And we've got great examples, but as was mentioned earlier by Mike, it is competitive. It's not an easy road, and there's a lot of work ahead. But with NASA, we want to pick the right companies, we want to be the right partner, and we want to see success because your success is our success. And when we do it right, it's a success for the United States of America that goes beyond NASA because of the commercial capabilities that come from it that go beyond NASA. So I want to say thanks for participating in this conference. Maybe what we can do now, I know we're short on time, but maybe if I could take a couple of questions and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, this is Mike again. If you don't mind, Mr. Bridenstine, we have 2 questions that I was going to relay to you from the audience. Question number 1, for small companies not connected to the government and completely new to SBIR, what's your advice for proceeding?
Yeah, so what you want to do is you want to find solicitations that the Space Technology Mission Directorate has put out there, and then compete in that space. Connecting with NASA is that's the goal here, and doing it through the Space Technology Mission Directorate and their different programs for SBIR and STTR is a critical capability. You're going to hear a lot today from other panelists about how to engage and knowing where to engage and what it looks like and all of those kind of things. And I'll leave it there, but I would say the Space Technology Mission Directorate, STMD, Space Technology Mission Directorate, is really where we take very low technology readiness level capabilities, in other words, very immature technologies, and NASA comes alongside and gives a push to help those technologies mature to a point where NASA can use them. So it's about having a great idea. It's about communicating that idea to NASA buying into that idea, and then partnering in the development so that we can benefit from it. And then, of course, helping figure out ways that particular technology can be used outside of NASA. The Space Technology Mission Directorate is really probably the place to start for those kind of very, very early technology readiness level capabilities.
And actually, that leads into the second question pretty well. Second question was, do commercial partners for the Artemis program have potential for Earth markets as well?
For Earth markets?
Yes, like I would assume for commercialization past NASA's uses for the technology.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, we think about, I'll just go back to, our goal is ultimately to make sure that these commercial companies do have markets outside of NASA, so that it is a thriving business that is beneficial to the American economy. Again, what we're looking for is entrepreneurs. We're looking for innovators. We're looking for people with high levels of creativity and people that just have a whole lot of hard work that they're willing to put forward to achieve really amazing things. But when we look at Made in Space, for example, they're building solar panels using 3D printing in space. And yes, NASA is a customer, but you can imagine, there's going to maybe be a day, people talk about over the horizon communications. We think about, right now I'm talking to you on a laptop computer. We think about internet broadband from space, for example, which is all being delivered commercially now. We think about things like DirecTV and Dish Network, which is space-based communication capabilities, XM radio. Like, these are all commercial capabilities that benefit life on Earth. But all of these technologies were born from this little agency called NASA. And what we're doing now is we're saying, hey, we're going to bring along some new companies that are going to be able to create even more impressive technologies and capabilities that can be commercialized. So everything that I just mentioned benefits the Earth, but it's also true that everything I just mentioned is commercial. And so absolutely, there's opportunities for benefits on Earth. And I think we see that. Think about how we. I'll give you a perfect example. But in the early 2000s, we had a rover that launched to Mars, and we needed a camera for that rover. Well, that camera was a very small camera because we needed to be small enough to fly to Mars. Every ounce that you take into space and onto another world costs a ton of money when you're talking about space flight. But that little camera was licensed by Nokia and put into a cell phone, and all of a sudden, everybody is using these little cameras that are in their cell phones, and I'm talking to you right now on a little camera that's in my computer. So the answer is yes, these types of technologies have huge implications for life on Earth, transformational implications. We think about how we produce food and how we produce energy. We produce energy more cleanly today than ever before because we're looking for greenhouse gases coming out of the Earth. That there are energy companies that are coming to NASA and saying, hey, we want your data because we don't want to get fined by the EPA. And that's good for everybody because the Earth gets cleaner, the energy companies aren't getting fined, and everybody feels good about it. We are right now using satellites to increase crop yields while reducing water usage, which has huge implications, especially in California, where we're using the Sierra Nevada mountains. They have snowpack, and when we're figuring out how to characterize that snowpack. How do we convert the snowpack into a water equivalent, and then use spectroscopy to determine how fast that snow is going to melt and where is it going to go, so that farmers can irrigate, so that water managers in LA and San Francisco can get water to people who need to, take showers and drink. We need to have water in the reservoirs for to preserve certain species of fish, for example. We need to be able to irrigate off the rivers for farmers. So all of these things have benefits for life on Earth. And yes, what NASA does day in and day out is think about ways that we can take the technologies that we develop for space exploration and use them to directly impact human life on Earth. Look, if we're not benefiting human life on Earth, what are we doing? Make no mistake, we want to find life on Mars. I'm not saying it's there. I don't know. But the probability today is higher than ever before based on recent discoveries of methane and complex organic compounds on Mars. Liquid water now, we believe, is on Mars, 12 kilometers under the surface. These discoveries give us hope that maybe there's life on Mars. But when we're doing an astrobiology, we want to do those kind of things. But look, all of these things benefit life on Earth in ways that are countless. Think about how we communicate, how we navigate, how we produce food and energy, how we predict weather, how we understand climate. All of these are NASA technologies, and a lot of SBIR companies stepped up to the plate to make those happen.
Absolutely. They're definitely part of the overall larger NASA team to make sure that we're accomplishing the goals that we've set forward. So we definitely appreciate your time, Administrator. And I think we are probably ready about now to go to the next part of the agenda. So okay. We'll let you guys take it away.
Mike and Quentin, good work.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, Janelle.
And hello to all of you attending on this first day of our Innovation and Opportunity Conference. I'm Janelle Still, the Deputy Program Exec of NASA's SBIR STTR Program, and I'm here with Jen Gustedic, the Program Exec, who will introduce herself momentarily. Jen, wow, what a year this has been. I know you and I have had many conversations just trying to get our minds wrapped around how to both professionally and personally establish some form of normalcy with so much uncertainty going on, as I know many of you who are watching this are struggling with also. Small businesses, colleges, and universities are the lifeblood of our program, and we know you have seen particular challenges as a result of the pandemic and the economic consequences that followed, and you were at the forefront of our concern. You'll hear a little later from our program manager and deputy program manager about some of the specific actions we've taken to provide flexibilities and adjust our program to address the current crisis. But Jen and I would like to provide more of a foundational understanding of what SBIR and STTR is all about and why we think it's a great opportunity for you to explore. That, of course, is if Jen's dog Blue does not see a UPS delivery person and decide to start barking, or for that matter, if my dog Macy doesn't get too loud with her snoring under my feet. So Jen, do you want to start by introducing yourself?
Yes, and I will say Blue barking is a real risk. He has decided to lay on the couch by me today, and so who knows when UPS is coming, but forgive me if that happens. I'm Jen Gustedic. I'm the program executive for the SBIR and STTR program, and I've been so for the last 4 or 5 years now. I've also previously at NASA run our open innovation activities, our prizes and challenges work, and spent some time at the White House Office of Science and Technology on open innovation for the whole government. So I have a core passion for increasing inclusion across the country in NASA's mission and trying to make that increasingly easier and higher impact for folks. So I'm really excited for you to be here with you guys today and for the next few days as we kick off this Innovation and Opportunity Conference. So thanks, Janelle. Take it from there.
All right, so it's been an exciting opportunity in the aerospace industry. Back in 2018, the global space economy exceeded $400 billion for the first time and is projected to reach or exceed $1 trillion over the next 2 decades. Although NASA is just one player in this broader ecosystem, I think the agency and our program specifically present an incredible opportunity for small businesses to break into the aerospace market. So Jen, would you agree and talk to us about how the NASA SBIR STTR program helps small businesses get into this opportunity to take their slice of the aerospace industry's pie, if you will?
great question, Janelle. And one of the reasons why I was so excited to take on this opportunity 4 years ago was recognizing the important role that small businesses and entrepreneurs play in the growing and evolving aerospace ecosystem. And the reality is that the SBIR and STTR programs at NASA offer a substantial amount of funding that is devoted to small businesses and entrepreneurs each and every year, almost $200 million worth of funding each and every year. And we really see ourselves in this program as kind of playing a brokerage function, right? We've got some money. Small businesses have great, innovative, creative solutions. And NASA as a customer has needs, but NASA as a agency also has interest in seeing a growing commercial ecosystem thrive and new capabilities and new entrepreneurial spirit develop. And so we sit at a critical nexus for that, to act as a broker and as a friendly front door for those small business and entrepreneurship activities. And events like this exist to try to help make that happen. It's also important to note that for entrepreneurs and small businesses that we are an R&D program. We fund technology development. We wouldn't use our funding to buy a bunch of pens or pencils, for example, at a NASA center. We are actually developing technology and research and the next generation of capabilities that we need in the aerospace and aeronautics ecosystem. But we do fund things related to everything NASA does, from human exploration to science to aeronautics to space technology. And NASA funds a pretty wide range of technology areas. So we probably have something that is related to the area that you are working on, the small businesses and entrepreneurs that are joining us today. But I also wanted to make it clear that we recognize that it's not just funding that you need in order to be successful playing in this ecosystem, that other forms of business assistance that's not just about the technology development can also be critical, which is why we offer things like funding through training grants, access to the I-Corps program, which is an NSF, National Science Foundation, sponsored kind of customer discovery training program, where it teaches scientists, technologists, and entrepreneurs how to understand with a deep and extensive number of customer interviews what your customer pain points are and how you find product market fit to help you increase the likelihood that you actually commercialize your technology and that it goes somewhere. And the same thing with technical and business assistance funding that we'll be making more increasingly available in the upcoming solicitation. So with that being said, Janelle, I know that research institutions also do play a role in our SBIR and STTR programs. Academic partners are critical to pulling some technologies from lab to market, for example. So why do you believe that that small businesses and research institutions should be excited about partnering through the SBIR and STTR programs?
Yeah, so the STTR program is the younger, smaller sister of the SBIR program. It's about 10 years younger than SBIR, and it was created by Congress because they felt that there was a need for small businesses and research institutes to come together and provide technology that the agencies can use. It gives an opportunity for small businesses to actually leverage some of the capabilities, the broad capabilities that are out there in our research institutes. And because the program is rather small, it is a lot more opportunity for success. Creative solutions come out of there. And so it is very much encouraged that small businesses look to the research institutes and look at some of our STTR subtopics to see what might align between the small business's needs, the resource institute's capability, and NASA's infusion opportunities. So Jen, I want to go back to something you said. You mentioned how crucial it is that we support transition and commercialization through things like our post-phase 2 funding opportunities. What else are you particularly proud of that the program has done over the past couple of years to help move small businesses successfully through the pipeline? And what's important for companies to know about the program today?
Janelle, there's so much I could say in response to that question. Just so much I'm proud of. And I think it goes back so much to the spirit of the leadership of this program and the team in the program to really make sure that we're being responsive to not only NASA and the space industry's needs, but also to the needs of small businesses and entrepreneurs that have a unique set of challenges in trying to navigate working within this environment. And so I would say in the last 4 or 5 years, we've worked really, really hard on a ton of things, but a couple things in particular I'm really proud of that I think we need to make sure that our small businesses and entrepreneurs, and frankly the NASA folks that are participating in the IOC this week, should be aware of. The progress that we've made on those things. So the work that we've done to increase our focus on helping firms be successful in transitioning their technologies and growing their businesses. I'll talk a little bit more about what I mean by that. And the second area that I'm particularly proud about is the role that the SBIR program has expanded into for the agency as one of being kind of an innovation center for piloting and prototyping new approaches to engaging the entrepreneurial ecosystem, as well as really recognizing that we're one of many players in the commercial and emerging aerospace ecosystem, and that we should be networking and participating actively with those other groups and really thinking about what our role is in that broader ecosystem. And so let me tell you a little bit more about what I mean about both of those for what I think is small business or relevant for small businesses that are participating today. First is on the transition opportunities. We know that a good idea and a good technology, just a good idea and a good technology, does not mean innovation. Innovation is when that actually transfers into use in the marketplace. And it's a long road from a great idea to actual innovation. And it takes more than just funding to help us be able to achieve that. And we want to make sure that we are trying to use our resources in a way to help firms increase their hit rate on that, on actually delivering real innovation to the ecosystem. So we've done that really in two ways. The first is to try to create more opportunities for small businesses and for potential customers to interact in this ecosystem. NASA has, for the last 4 years, conducted a industry day or an innovation and opportunity conference in the last 3 years that has explicitly been for allowing small businesses to understand how to navigate the customer base within NASA. Increasing your likelihood for transitioning is directly proportional to how easily you can access and understand your customers' needs. And so events like the IOC allow us to create more direct, meaningful engagement between small businesses, research institutions, NASA customers, and the broader ecosystem, primes and others. And so last year, actually at our IOC event that was in person, nearly 97% of the people that attended said that they made a connection that may lead to a new business opportunity at last year's IOC. We're striving to do the same thing, knowing that that is more challenging in a virtual environment, but we still believe that that is important, and we strived and designed this event in order to allow you to be able to walk away with some of those same connections. The second part on transitioning, it's not just about your network and your connections and how well you know your customer. It's also in having access to the funding to actually be able to transition things across the valley of death. Space is hard and expensive. $875,000 for a single phase 1 and a single phase 2 is probably not enough research capital to actually get your solution to market. Maybe if you're developing software or some other innovative smaller component technologies, but we recognize in the space environment that oftentimes the follow-on funding is really important to make sure that great ideas continue to have momentum towards their commercial path. And so we've worked in the last 5 years to increase the amount of our overall portfolio that we use to fund follow-on opportunities from 5% to 20%. We're putting our money where our mouth is in trying to help transition technologies that have a great view of their commercial path and have great potential for capability development within the industry. And this is working. In the last couple of years, we've seen phase 3 awards, which are awards from people other than us at NASA, go up. So we know this transition approach is working. And then finally, the other thing I'm proud of, and I'll just say it shortly, we recognize we're NASA, and that's awesome, but we're also playing in a pool with the Air Force, with the Space Force, with NSF, and with a number of other folks that are increasingly interested in the space economy, which is awesome. And so we want to make sure that we are playing in that broader ecosystem in the way that makes sense for us. And so we have approached that through a lot of partnerships. We worked with NSF on their space topic. We've worked with AFWorks and US Space Force on their pitch day. And we also worked with our colleagues in SMD, and you'll hear more about this later, on their entrepreneurial call, all in ways to think about how we actively participate in this ecosystem as a partner. So Janelle, with that being said, and it was a lot, what are you most proud of that we've been able to accomplish together?
So, Yeah, I'm really along that lines of what you were ending talking about. I'm really proud of a couple of things. First, I continue to be very proud of how our program understands that real innovation requires having different perspectives. And therefore, we place a high value on including diverse entrepreneurs among our awardees. 27% of our small businesses that received phase one funding this year were from unrepresented small businesses or minority serving institutes. But we want to see that number grow, and we are committed to continuing our outreach efforts to make sure that our solutions that we provide through the SBIR program are as diverse as possible, come from as diverse perspectives as possible, understanding, as you said, that the space industry has technology needs that are very hard to handle, very hard to solve. I'm also really proud of the great people on our team at the centers and in our program management office. A few you've already met, like Mike and Quentin, who are our gracious MCs, and many more you'll meet throughout the event or who are behind the scenes making this event a success. They are the real warriors for small businesses, and they commit to helping to establish that front door that Jen was talking about, that friendly front door that can result in successful experiences that each of the companies have with our agency, as well as successfully transitioning your technology that results from your award. With those people behind you, the needs of the agency in front of you, I think that all companies can look to have a really positive experience working through our program. So Jen, it looks like we're about out of time. Any final thoughts before we wrap up this morning?
First and foremost, I'm just very grateful that the UPS decided not to deliver in this.
Absolutely.
And I think all of y'all will have to be thankful for your eardrums for that. But I just want to, reflect that, I just think that the future is so bright, continues to be so bright for this program, for the companies and the firms that participate in this program, as well as the research institutions. We are going through a very tough time right now. Everybody personally, professionally, but we're banding together and we're figuring out ways to keep the big picture in mind and to support one another, to be patient with one another, but to keep our eye on the purpose for the work that we're all invested in the aerospace ecosystem for. There's such a belief in the importance of this work from everybody, on both on the government side and on the small business and the research institution and other government agency side. And I just am very proud of the relationships we built in this program, the relationships we will build, the success we've seen and the success we will see, recognizing that we're all in this together and that we need to support each other during this time. But with that being said, there are some times where support is not appropriate. And one of those times is during college football season. In addition to my psychotic dog and her very sweet dog, we've got a little bit of football rivalry going on between the two geographic locations. I'm a Florida Gator, go Gators, and Janelle is a
OH.
Sorry,
I-O.
Janelle. And I know the Glenn folks will be really upset about that too, but Kennedy is very happy about the Go Gators part. So anyway, I hope you all can have a really wonderful time these next few days, and we look forward to engaging you throughout.
Hello, I'm Marla Giscombe from the Space Technology Mission Directorate, and I'm happy to be leading the dialogue today with our distinguished panelists who will be discussing our Mission Directorate's progress and opportunities as we seek to explore space. We have on our panel Jim Rorter, our Associate Administrator for the Space Technology Mission Directorate, and Mark McDonald, the Space Technology Mission Directorate's Chief Architect. So let's dive into this. Jim, welcome. Will you kick things off and provide us with some information on the Space Technology Mission Directorate and its goal?
All right, yeah, sure, Marla. Hi, it's great to be here, and thanks for helping do this. We at NASA Space Tech develop critical technologies to enable human exploration, science, and commercial missions. We invest in technologies ranging from those that are at the idea stage, like early development through the laboratory stage and all the way to demonstrating in space. We develop transformative, cross-cutting technologies with a particular focus on supporting human flights to the moon under the Artemis program, establishing a sustainable lunar presence, and enabling future missions to Mars and beyond. We strive to keep NASA's space technology pipeline growing with emerging innovative technologies that drive the future of exploration, science, and commercialization. To achieve this goal, we engage industry, including both large and small businesses, academia, nonprofits, NASA, and other government agencies in developing our portfolio. We are especially interested in working with the participants like yourself that are tuned into this event today. In this way, we invest in revolutionary, American-made space technologies to provide solutions in space and on Earth. And in particular, through our SBIR STTR program, we fund the research, development, and demonstration of innovative technologies that fulfill NASA's needs and have significant potential for successful commercialization. Thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Jim. And as we look to advance our technologies, we have also created a framework to accomplish and succeed our goals. Mark, can you talk about your efforts you're leading to help us accomplish this?
Sure, Marla. Hi, nice to have you here, and I'm happy to be here with this conference to share our vision as we move forward. Jim described the breadth of what we're doing, of all the different types of missions we're doing, ranging from the Artemis missions for the moon and moving on to Mars, to the science missions, to the full breadth of what we do at NASA. And he also described the breadth of what we do, going from early stage down at the idea level and the basic science level, all the way up to fielding technologies to directly support those missions. Our job in this framework is to provide the depth to that story, to take those visions of the full set of missions that we want to accomplish and the full set of technology and look at the depth in all the different areas so that we can pick the specific investments to lead us to that future. To do that, we've arranged it in 4 key strategic thrusts. Those thrusts are go, land, live, and explore. And those 4 thrusts are all embraced by our overarching theme of lead, where we want American technology to lead the way in the future to accomplish these missions and do these things. So for our go thing, it's exactly what you would expect. It's those technologies necessary to go to the exploration destinations we want. So for example, advanced propulsion and cryogenic fluid technologies are both necessary to go to the moon and Mars that we need before. So those are our focuses in those areas. We also look at advanced propulsion ideas for future missions that may go beyond even that. So from there we talk land. Again, exactly what you would expect. The technologies necessary to land at those destinations and to land there precisely. Particularly landing on Mars is super challenging with the large masses we need to land, and we need to get them exactly where they need to go. Same problem occurs on the moon, where we want to land right next to that precious water that we're looking for, so that we can get the crew in the right place at the right time. So those technologies form our land thrust. Live is, again, we tried to keep this simple, but get to the technical depth. It's about enabling a human crew to not only live where we want them to go in these extreme environments, but to be able to be productive. So for there you see the obvious things of human life support, where we want it to be regenerative so that we don't need to send as many consumables, and it's more sustainable to do it that way. But you'll also see things like advanced materials and structures, because the environments in those locations are extremely harsh, and advanced materials are necessary in order to survive those things. ISRU is one of our key thrust areas, because in order to really thrive at a location, using the resources of the land there in order to reduce your down mass and increase your productivity is key. For that, we need advanced power. All of these things we're talking about, living in that space and using the resources, require power. So we're looking at advanced power systems, both for fission surface power and distribution networks, to get that power to make the overall mission succeed. Finally, autonomous robotics and autonomous systems. The crew's not always going to be there, and we want to get the most out of what we're doing. So autonomous robots can help the crew while they're there and do the caretaking and do productive science while they're not. So those comprise our live thrust. The final thrust to talk about is explore. We not only support Artemis, we support science missions and the full breadth of what NASA does. So within the explore thrust, we look at things like on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing to be able to refuel and repair satellites in the future and open up a whole new industry within the United States. We look at small spacecraft. CubeSat started off as a small experiment, but we're finding out more and more that small satellites can do more than we ever thought. So that's opening up entire new architectures to accomplish science and enhance exploration. So we'll continue to build upon those technologies to get the most out of that. Advanced avionics, communication, and navigation, those core capabilities actually support all of these things. So we continue to advance the leading edge of technology so that America leads for those technologies in the future. Within those 12 areas that I described, we then create technology plans that take the breadth that Jim described across the technology spectrum and across the mission space and identify all the technology gaps in a technology plan to provide that depth I started with. So that's how we do the framework. The framework basically takes the breadth that Jim described and the depth that I described, and we put those together into technology plans so that we have a clear roadmap as to where we're going in the future.
Mark, with all the efforts and plans you're leading, how can our audience help to support the process and execution of these efforts?
That's a great question, Marla, and actually one I'm really excited to answer. That's part of the plan that I'm most excited about. I described in the previous answer the breadth of the missions that we're supporting, the breadth of the technology, and the depth of all those technology areas. So with such a large volume, the best way to get good technology plan is to get a very inclusive team that includes government and industry and academia to review it, and it includes getting diverse opinions from across the fields to make sure we get the best of the best brought forward for these plans. So that's exactly what we're planning on doing. The first thing we use is what we call the STAR Forum. STAR stands for Strategic Technology Architecture Roundtable, and it's just that. It's a roundtable where I bring together my team of technology experts from across NASA, including all of the NASA centers and headquarters, to talk about these plans. And what we do with that forum is we will bring in experts from other government agencies, from industry, or from academia to share knowledge about what we're doing and to inform our plans. So for example, companies such as those in this conference could request a meeting at STAR to propose to us their technology ideas and their plans of how they might reach the goals for Artemis and the bold missions that NASA's presenting. So there's an opportunity right there. We do the same thing with other government agencies where we will look for collaborations where other government agencies might be spending money on the same types of technology we are, and we share information because our technology efforts could complement both ways. We also reach out to academia. Jim will talk more about the Lunar Surface Innovation Initiative and the Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium. And in that, he'll describe how we get universities involved as well as business. So in my team, we collaborate with the LSII and LSIC communities in order to bring those inputs into the plans as well. So using the STAR Forum and these things, we can engage directly to have conversations one-on-one or in a group in order to share ideas to get the best ideas baked into these plans from the beginning. The second phase is direct review. There's no better way to get a technology plan reviewed than to take that plan and put it out in the public and let academia and industry and other government agencies look at it. So we plan to do just that later in 2021. So we will take our technology plans for each for the core areas we described and put them out for review. Now we can't put out everything for review. We can't put out our acquisition strategy. Everyone understands that can't be done. But what we can do is put out the key technology gaps that we see, the key things that we need to describe. We can show our logic for prioritizing those and why we're working them in the order we can in order to inform our strategy. By getting those comments back from the public, whether it be industry, academia, or other government organizations, we can then inform our plans to make them the best that we can be. By having this diverse opinion spanning the industry, large and small, spanning other government agencies and industry and academia, that gets the best plan. By including all those people, we bring the best forward. We'll use those key principles in order to drive NASA's technology into the future. That's how we're going to engage everyone. Thanks, Marla.
Thank you, Mark. Jim, you touched upon this in the beginning, and Mark, you mentioned this as well, that we are supporting Artemis. Jim, can you expand just a bit more on the Artemis program and the connection to STMD?
Yeah, Marla, I'd be glad to. For the last 20 years, humans have continuously lived and worked aboard the International Space Station, 250 miles above us, preparing for the day we move farther into the solar system. I'm proud that I have spent a significant part of my career establishing the ISS, from initial development through the establishment of a permanent human presence. Less well known, Space Tech is now 10 years old. I have also had the pleasure of being part of the Space Tech team for the last 5 years. America now has entered into a new era of exploration. With the Artemis program, NASA will land the first woman and the next man on the moon by 2024, then establish a sustainable presence on the moon, and then forward to Mars and beyond. We will explore more of the lunar surface than ever before. Mark talked about our investment strategy and priorities. Later in the program, you're also going to hear about the many space tech opportunities for your engagement. We know that human exploration of the moon offers a unique opportunity to test, refine, and perfect many of the technologies and the complex operations that will be needed to land humans on Mars, perform work on the surface, and safely return to Earth. To achieve these goals, as Mark introduced, we have established the Lunar Surface Innovation Initiative to advance the development of systems needed for a sustainable lunar presence. As part of the Lunar Surface Innovation Initiative, we are focusing on 6 capability areas: in situ resource utilization, or living off the land, sustainable power, dust mitigation, extreme environments, extreme access, and surface excavation and construction. This includes establishment of the Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium, which brings together experts from industry, academia, and government to shape the technologies and systems needed to explore the surface of the moon in new ways. Since our kickoff last February, we now have over 160 organizations participating in monthly focus group discussions to help guide our investment strategy and ensure we have a sustainable lunar technology development plan tied also to commercial and academic interests. We hold a full consortium meeting twice a year, in the spring and in the fall. In fact, the fall session was just held last week. Through collaboration, we will establish a sustainable lunar presence and use what we learn on and around the moon to take the next giant leap, sending astronauts to Mars. Thank you, Marla.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Mark. This has been a great discussion. We hope our audience has been able to gain some information about STMD and our framework. And participants, if you would like more information on these new exciting opportunities, please visit www.nasa.gov/spacetech.
Hi again. Wow. So we heard from Jim Bridenstine, NASA's administrator. We listened to a fireside chat between our program executives, Jen Gustetic and Janelle Steele, and then heard from Jim Reuter and Mark McDonald on where space technology is headed. It's a jam-packed morning filled with high-level information to give you an understanding of the big picture. And as we delve into the afternoon, we'll go a little bit deeper into the specifics.
Yeah, Mike, we're glad to have all of you back with us. I personally I'm really happy that you all got a chance to hear from our leadership this morning. If you've looked at the schedule, which I'm sure most of you have, you'll see that this afternoon we're going to get into some of those questions that I talked about earlier. How do you navigate NASA? What are some of the technology gaps? And what does it mean to be successful? What does a successful transition look like? But before we do that, I would love the opportunity to engage with you as the audience just for a little bit. So Mike called out some numbers about who registered for the conference, but I would like to really get an idea to see who's on the line right now. So we're looking for you to engage. There is a poll that we're about to put up. Just scroll down to the bottom of the page. You'll see where the questions are listed, and you can just click on the questions. Okay, so the first question, just to get a sense for the audience, where are you within your SBIR STTR journey? I know we shared some data, like I said, this morning, but we also, Mike called out the phase 0, phase 1, phase 2. Okay, so phase 0 is just getting started, and that's A. So if you're just getting started in the program, click A. Phase 1, you recently received an award and you want to make this the best experience. That's why you're at the IOC conference. So if you're in the Phase 1 category, click B. Phase 2 and beyond is C. You're a little bit seasoned, but you want to make sure you leverage all the opportunities and you want to make connections here at the IOC. Sorry about that. So Phase 2 is C. D, you're a NASA representative just here to help and connect with small businesses. And E, I'm not a small business. I'm not a small business, a research institution, or a NASA representative. I support the program. So if you fall into that category, not a small business, research institution, or a NASA representative, but you support the program, click E. And F, I don't know. I just clicked on a random link on the internet and I ended up here. And so we're going to post these polling stats in a minute, but we're going to give people a chance to kind of put their results in. You can see real time, everybody, how the poll is updating. This is great. So we got quite a few Phase 0 people. So 58% of the people on the line are Phase 0. We look like we have a little bit smaller percentage of Phase 1s. Oh, it looks like the results are still coming in. All right. Have about 6 or 7% Phase 1 participants. Phase 2 and beyond, 22%. We have about 9% of our participants are NASA representatives. We have about 5 people that don't fall into the Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 0, or NASA administrator. And we do at least have 1% of the people who just clicked on a random link on the internet. They got the link from somebody else, and they're here. We're glad to even have you here, that 1%.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we have another question for you when you're ready. And the next question is, how helpful were the earlier sessions in gaining a high-level understanding of NASA and the program? So be honest, we won't be offended.
Very good question.
Yeah, so...
yeah, that's a good one, Mike. Very good one.
Yeah, isn't it though? So for the first one, it's A, very helpful, B, somewhat helpful, or C, not helpful. So
yeah, this is good. I can't wait to see this.
A, very helpful, B, somewhat helpful, or C, not helpful.
Yeah, we're going to give people a little bit chance to start getting their results in.
So far, we're looking at about 80%, 75% feel like it's very helpful, and the rest somewhat helpful. And you guys are being kind. We don't have a single not helpful. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Oh, and don't forget, for those. Soon. Yeah, I see. Yeah, you got a couple of. I think somebody just did that because they heard you say not helpful.
I deserve that. So back to you for the next question when you're ready.
Yeah. All right. So this is the last question of this this particular polling segment. Which sessions are you looking for in the afternoon? You know, I talked about these afternoon sessions. We're going to kind of get into some of the things about networking, engaging with NASA. What does transition look like? How do you kind of tackle this big beast of an agency to work with us? And so what are you looking forward to? A, are you looking for the technical engagement breakout sessions? B, are you looking forward to the networking sessions? C, are you looking forward to the Navigating NASA panel? D, are you looking for the Successfully Transitioning panel? Or E, are you looking forward to the Success Story panel? And we're going to give you a few minutes to put your questions on, and the poll should come up in a second. Okay. I'm just going to give it a minute because I see that, sometimes it takes a little time for people to kind of get their answers together. Okay. This is good. This is really good. This is good. This gives us really good feedback. So looks like about half, a little less than half of the participants here are looking forward to the technical breakout sessions. Looks like about a fourth of the participants are looking forward to the Navigating NASA panel. I think that makes sense because we had so many Phase 0 people. Networking about 12%, successfully transitioning your technology, and I'm having a little glitch on my end. Mike, can you see the last one? I can't see the last one on mine.
Yeah, so the Success Story panel is 4% for the last one.
Okay. I might have a little glitch. Again, thank you all for being patient with us. We're doing this 100% virtually. I see it now. Yeah. All right, Mike.
Very, very good. So thanks, Quentin, for the questions. We just have a few more announcements before we send you off for the technical engagement breakout sessions. And those breakout sessions are meant for small businesses to connect directly with NASA technologists about how small businesses can address NASA's technology gaps. You should have watched the session with Jim Reuter and Mark McDonald earlier today on the technology roadmap, and there are also capability videos in the resource library. You'll need to go back to the agenda and click on the button of the session that you'd like to join. The topics and the speakers are listed on the agenda page. They are happening concurrently, so you should select the topic that applies to you. And if you still want more after that, make sure you check out the resources library where you can find a slew of other technical briefings on, especially videos on topics that might interest you. So those sessions are 30 minutes, and we would love to connect with you during networking sessions that start at 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time. For that, you'll need to click on the Join Networking button from the agenda page. We mentioned this earlier, but for networking, we're using a platform called Wonder. It's really easy, and all you need to do is click that button, and it will guide you from there. As a reminder, if you run into any problems on the technical side, scroll to the bottom of the agenda page and hit the envelope icon to send us an email. Someone from our team will get back to you quickly. And I think that's about it. So let's go ahead and go back to the agenda page and click on the technical engagement session that you'd like to join. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
And for those who are back here on the live stream, we are now in networking. Again, head to the agenda and click networking to join today's sessions. And again, welcome back to those who are just joining us from the breakout sessions. We are now live with networking. Head to the agenda and select today's networking event. Be sure to add your virtual business card to the directory.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining the Navigating NASA panel today. I hope everyone enjoyed the networking session that we had. It was really intriguing to me how they did that. I know in virtual land, we're trying to do as many things to make the possibilities of connecting with folks a lot more real. So hopefully you got some time to talk to some people and understand a little bit about what your particular needs are with regards to getting involved in the SBIR program. This panel today is aptly known, named, I should say, as Navigating NASA, because we know that that's a big part of how to understand how to work with us. I'm in great company today with Kim Cannon of Langley Research Center's Technology Transition Lead. She is Langley's Research Center Technology Transition Lead for our program, the NASA SBIR STTR program. I also have Richard Mann, who is the program manager of the NASA Office of Small Business Programs. And I'm also joined by Keith Woodman, who is the Space Technology Mission Directorate Liaison and Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate Liaison for our NASA SBIR STTR program. I think between the four of us, we probably have combined over 100 years of experience with NASA. We won't tell them exactly how many years we have because people will start blaming NASA for hiring folks at 12 years old. So we'll back up off of that. But our panelists do have extensive experience in their areas of expertise and bring an abundance of knowledge. And so it'd be great to talk with them and understand how to navigate NASA and how you can get your arms around how we're structured to better serve small businesses. Don't be afraid to put questions out in the Google Docs. I think I will try to make sure that I'm staying on top of those questions and getting them in. You'll also have the networking session again tomorrow that we can hopefully answer some of the questions that we didn't get around to. And you also have our resource library that has a lot of information that will be there even beyond the IOC to help answer some of your questions. So with that, let's jump in, not waste any time. Let me start with Richard. We want to have small businesses understand where they should start in the process of working with NASA.
Thank you, Janelle. Okay, so where you start in the process sort of depends on your industry. And if you're in the technical side, like a lot of SBIR people are, it depends on where you are in your product or technology development process. So in the SBIR STTR program may be one place that you start if you're still in the research spot. If you're beyond that, if your product or technology is to market, then you might come to us, and it's our job to steer you around NASA's procurement landscape, which can be kind of complicated since we're decentralized. One thing you might want to keep in mind is that where the SBIR program obligates maybe between 160 million, 180 million per year or per solicitation, NASA total spends over 18 billion. At least we did in fiscal 20. And about a third of that 18 billion, over 6 billion, goes to small businesses in one form or another, either at the prime level or the subcontracting level. And so it's our job, like I said, to steer you to the right places. And again, that depends upon your industry. I sit in the NASA headquarters building in DC, and I have counterparts who are small business specialists at all of our centers. And centers do different stuff. And so depending on your industry, I'll steer you to one of those guys who will know about our contracts at every center and where our money gets spent. Or I might steer you to one of our small business technical advisors, who are mostly engineers and scientists who could speak your language if you're in the technical side of things, a little bit better than the small business specialists could. In fact, we have a list of small business technical advisors, and you may recognize some of them from the SBIR program. Michael Vinci is one of them for Kennedy, and he was on the panel this morning. Another place we would frequently send you is to our prime contractors. Half of the money that goes to small businesses is at the subcontracting level. So particularly if you're in manufacturing, machining, that sort of thing, most of that is at the subcontract level. We maintain a list of our top 20 contractors every year for that purpose. And then finally, I don't like to say, just go to the website, but there is a lot of information on the various, either NASA's, our website, or the government-wide stuff, the acquisition forecasts, our OSBP mobile app, all that kind of stuff. That's there as well. So we kind of help you kind of get your foot in the door and help you with your research and information gathering phase.
Sorry, I've got to learn to turn the mute and on and off. Thanks for that. And so Keith, do you, and let me reiterate that one area that Richard talked about was understanding that if you have a product already, you feel like you have a product already, going to the Office of Small Business Programs might be your best bet. But if you feel like you still have some innovation to do with your product, then the SBIR and STTR program might be the best bet. And so let's talk with both Keith and Kim, and I'll talk with Keith first. Where do you think in our program, Keith, would be a good place to start?
Well, if you're going to do business with NASA, a good thing to first understand is how NASA is organized. And so this is something I go over in a lot of the one-on-one sessions, and I'm planning on having the next 2 days and everything, but I'll give a briefing here as well. NASA has 4 mission directorates: aeronautics, science, human exploration, operations, and space technology. And it's good to understand what they do so that your company will have a better idea of how and where to contribute. So first is Aeronautics Director, which is dedicated to making air travel safer and more efficient. Under that director is Air Traffic Management, drone safety, green aircraft. That's just some of the many initiatives that the Aero Directorate is overseeing right now. The primary centers supporting aeronautics are Langley Research Center, my own center in Virginia, Glenn Research Center, Janelle Center up in Ohio, and Ames Research Center, and the Armstrong Flight Research Center in California. So second, when you think of the Science Mission Directorate, there are many missions that come to mind. Right off the bat, the Hubble Space Telescope, the upcoming James Webb Space Telescope, just all the many systems that monitor the Earth and the sun's health and weather, and all the robotic planet explorers you think about, like the Mars rovers, all come under the Science Mission Directorate. And the primary centers that support the Science Mission Directorate are Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or as it's also known, JPL, out in California. The Human Exploration and Mission Directorate oversees human endeavors in space and the ground operations that support those efforts. So when you think of HUMD, you want to think about the biggest project right now, International Space Station, of course, and of course, very exciting. You probably heard a lot about the upcoming Artemis missions. HUMD's leading the efforts to return humans to the moon and onto Mars. The primary centers that support HUMD are Johnson Space Center in Texas, It's Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama, Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and the Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. And finally, over the years, NASA noticed an unfortunate pattern that often when major missions get into, let's say, budgetary problems, the first thing that might be sacrificed is their investment in new and groundbreaking technologies. And so to correct this, NASA stood up the Space Technology Mission Directorate. STMD is dedicated to developing the next generation of space technologies, including those developed through our own SBIR program. And all NASA centers contribute and support STMD's efforts. So that's just a big overview of NASA's mission directorates and centers to help businesses get started.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Keith. And so Keith laid out the mission directorate level and how each center aligns with that. Let's hear a little bit from Kim on how specifically at the center level and some strategies that I know she knows of where would be a great starting point for small businesses to come in.
Hey, Janelle, thanks. So I talk to a lot of small businesses, and so I kind of got pointers in mind, things that lots of advice that I like to share with small businesses that are trying to figure out how to participate in the program and how to be successful. But the best place to start is really the NASA SBIR site. And you've heard it already today, and you'll hear it a lot over the next couple of days, sbir.nasa.gov. There are just lots and lots of resources there that will help you. So in particular, Keith just described the mission directorates, but I always like to point small businesses to the links to the mission directorates. There are a couple of places you can find those, but if you go to the solicitation, and all of the solicitations are on that site, you can go to the most recent one, and the links are in there. And what you're looking for are those links will talk about the work that's being done in each of the mission directorates. It'll talk about the programs and projects. It'll lay out the roadmaps, milestones that they need to accomplish along the way in order to be successful. But more importantly, it's talking about the technology issues that need to be resolved. So
Okay, looks like Kim might be frozen. I didn't know whether
successful topics that show up in our solicitation. A little bit about the solicitation up right now, the 2020 to start, because it's fairly consistent, and so it's always a good place to start. When you are in the solicitation, each of the subtopics includes, most of them, I would say, include references to the work that's gone on in that particular area. And there's just a lot of good information in there as well to help you better understand the work that we've done and the challenges that we're trying to resolve. So I always like to point companies to those resources.
Thanks, Kim.
When you're looking at the research subtopics, it's going to, Keith kind of highlighted the major centers that participate in the mission directorates, but it's going to talk about which center is leading the subtopic and which ones are participating in, and that's really good information. That's going to point you to somebody like me, the Center Technology Transition Lead at a center. So I would be at Langley, and if you saw a subtopic that we were either leading or participating in, feel free to reach out to me, and I'm sort of the liaison between the folks at the center that are doing the work, and typically those are the subtopic managers and the mission directorate, and so I can help you with that. That seems like a lot, but there is one last thing I wanted to share that you can find on that site, and that's to go look at past awards. If you go look at the schedules and awards, the awards are listed there, and that's also a really good resource to check out because it gives you some insight into which proposals really rose to the top to get selected. They're the ones that sort of scratched the itch of the mission directorate to get selected. Mike talked about numbers this morning. We get lots and lots of proposals, and we can only select so many of them. So there are lots of good proposals that don't get selected. So the ones that do really have to have been compelling and spoke to the mission directorate to get selected. So I hope that helps.
That was very, very helpful, Kim. And let me try to just summarize briefly. First and foremost, as I said, if you think that you have a product, finalized product that you're really wanting to provide to NASA, you can go through the Office of Small Business Programs. They have a great, great resource there to understand how to do business with NASA. But if you feel like either you have a product or you have an idea that is looking to be innovated upon, you can come through our program. Our program has our technology needs are categorized from our mission directorates, and you'll see it in our solicitation. You can either see it by the mission directorates, or we've also put another layer on there by focus area. And so that hopefully will allow you to identify specifically what some technology needs are, going to our past solicitation, and then talking to some of our center technology transition leads at the centers to understand the full scope of that technology area would be beneficial. So Kim, while I still have you, let's move on to the next question. What are some of the proactive things that you've seen small business do to navigate NASA? And again, let's start with Kim. Kim, are you there? Uh-oh, we might have lost Kim. So let's give Kim a moment to come back, and let's go to Richard.
Okay, now you can hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
Good, okay. So again, this is in the realm of outside of SBIR, this little example I'm gonna give. I think this is a sort of a typical scenario where one of our frequent small businesses who has had several prime contracts with NASA started out, well, the lady that owns the business started out actually as an employee of a NASA contractor. And then she went out on her own, started her own business, became a subcontractor to that same company and so she became a subcontractor to NASA through the prime, was able to gain a lot more subcontracts, and the dominoes fell, and then finally she was able to gain prime contracts. So the subcontracting level is a common foot in the door, with the added caveat that a lot of times it's a matter of having somebody, in your company or yourself who worked with a NASA contractor or worked for NASA itself. And I think it's kind of hard to break in cold turkey without any of that experience. Now, if you've had an SBIR or STTR contract already in the past, that obviously doesn't hurt any. But it's the contracts outside of SBIR. SBIR is really good in turning their contracts around from solicitation to proposal to award. It can be done in 6 months or less. The rest of NASA's contracts aren't quite that way. It takes a little longer. And so trying to get contracts outside of SBIR takes some patience. It's a long-term endeavor. It's not an instant gratification endeavor. You got to be prepared to work at it for a few years, because there might be an opportunity out there, but it might not come up for competition for a couple of years. And then you've got to have time to get your ducks in a row, get on the right team, and all, that sort of thing. Two other things. Once you get out of SBIR, which is a fixed price environment, most of our R&D engineering contracts are going to be cost reimbursement. So you have to have that cost accounting system lined up. There are organizations called PTAC, that have grants from the Defense Department that assist with that. Okay, but that's one thing that you're going to have to take a look at if you're going to play in this other arena. And then finally, as far as navigating NASA, not everybody agrees with me on this, but I'm a big proponent of calling us rather than emailing us. And the reasons for that are kind of practical in terms of the volume of email that we get, which was already a lot prior to COVID. It's even worse now. And then our cybersecurity people aren't real keen on us getting a lot of email from entities that we're not familiar with. So again, if you contact us, I'm a big proponent of calling rather than emailing. And on that note, if it's okay to give out our office phone number to OSBP's number, it's 202-358-2088. And that at least is a starting point for you. So that's what, that's a common scenario of past employment, subcontractor, prime.
Thanks, Richard. Kim, if you're back, do you also have some successful anecdotes of what you've seen some small businesses do to make sure that they're successful with our program? Are you there?
I am back.
All right, you're back.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just start with, I'm always impressed when I talk to a small business when they've done their homework. They've looked at the solicitation, they've looked at the subtopics. They maybe have even focused on some subtopics that they think are most appropriate for the work that they're doing, but they have some questions. That just helps us focus the discussion. It's not, I'm happy to talk to any small business about anything. So even when they come in cold, it's still good. I enjoy the discussion, but if they've done their homework, it is a much better discussion. I think the small business is getting more out of the discussion when that happens. One thing that I also think is really beneficial is I just recommend that you attend the technical conferences that we're attending and we're participating in, because that's really a good opportunity for you to, again, hear about the work that we're doing and the challenges that we need to resolve. But it's an opportunity to connect with the people that are doing the work. And so it really is just the best opportunity to engage and learn more about the work we're doing. And then one last piece of advice when you're talking to folks, I'd love to see the passion and excitement that small businesses bring to the discussion. And, I love to hear about the work that they're doing, but it's also good to maybe stop and listen to what people are trying to share with you. So last piece of advice is to spend some time listening as well.
Perfect. Thanks, Kim. That's great. Yep, that's great. So I want to bring Keith in, but I want to change gears just a little bit. As everyone knows, this particular conference, the focus is on transition. Although we are, of course, providing resources and advice at phase zeros, which is before you get into the SBIR program, or at phase 1 and at phase 2, our particular focus has been for this IOC is on transitioning the technology. So Keith, what advice would you give to a company who wants to try to transition their technology?
Oh, so for transitioning, to me, that really comes down to, so if you get in with an SBIR, you're getting in with a phase 1 contract, you're going to be assigned either a technical monitor or a core to oversee that contract. And, you really want to engage with those folks and potentially even the subtopic manager, who put that solicitation on the street that you responded to, because the subtopic manager is connected to the larger program environment and to the topic managers. And we select the subtopic managers as people that are able to help, bring along and potentially infuse these technologies that SBIR is developing into NASA's programs and projects. Along with that, we also very often look at the commercialization, of technologies. Of maybe they're not going to be infused into a NASA project, but they have potentially a lot of commercial potential. And that's another thing we try to evaluate and try to pass back to the company as we're going up. And we have various vehicles in the SBIR program to help with that. For the infusion paths, we have the post phase 2E program, and for commercialization, we have the CCR PP. And making those connections with the subtopic managers, the cores, the TMs, ultimately, hopefully, we'll get really good technologies onto phase 3, where they are just immediately picked up by major NASA missions for infusion into hopefully flight projects.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Keith. And I do want to reiterate on I had a question about this in the networking session about the programs that we offer for transitioning technology. And so there are different programs at different agencies. NASA right now has our phase 2E and our CCRPP, as Keith talked about. So there are great opportunities to try to get you over that valley of death. But we only have a couple more minutes. I do want to get to a last question because I think it's important for folks to not only understand why they should work with us, but why do you think it's so important for NASA to work with small businesses? So Keith, while I have you, let's start with you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question, Janelle?
Why do you think it's so important for NASA to work with small businesses? We talked about why small businesses should want to work with NASA and bring their technologies to us, but why do you think we value and what we find valuable, I should say, in working with small businesses?
Well, it's the I in SBIR. It's the innovation part, right? Because the bigger companies, your Lockheed Martins, your Boeings, I mean, they've kind of got their marching orders. They know what they're developing and everything. But SBIR sees an opportunity, saying, "Hey, we know sometimes the technologies that our missions are developing on their critical path, saying, well, these are the technologies we absolutely know we have to have. Well, they may not be ultimately successful. For one thing, they're still in development a lot of the times, but also they may not be optimal. And a lot of times we can really reduce our risk, maybe our budget risk, our schedule risk, by investing in SBIR technologies. That's why Janelle was just asking me about infusion, because it happens so often. If you heard our administrator this morning, he talked about Honeybee Robotics. A couple of guys that started, and I believe it was a bicycle shop somewhere in Brooklyn, working to make robots more robust. And now pretty much they're the drills on Mars, and so it's the innovation part of SBIR. That's why we really value small, very agile, very innovative companies.
Thanks for that, Keith. Richard, do you want to provide some further information? I know we've had a question particularly about your mentor protege program. So if you want to add some context for that too.
Okay, so I got two questions here, I guess. So I'll do the first one, the why is it so important for NASA to work with small businesses? And I didn't make up that question, by the way. But thank you for asking it. So, and I have a two-part answer. So in addition to the technology that's been already mentioned, such as Honeybee, in 2013, there was the SBIR contract for printing food, and additive manufacturing. So it's the make it, not take it concept. And that's the kind of stuff you're going to need to go to Mars eventually. So there's that part of it. And then the other part of it is, if you look at the, this list of prime contractors that I mentioned earlier, the top two of the top three every year are Boeing and Lockheed. Well, if you look at his corporate histories, Boeing bought McDonnell and Douglas in the 90s. And then prior to that, McDonnell and Douglas merged in the 60s. Lockheed similar, where they bought Martin Marietta in the 90s. And then Martin and Marietta merged themselves in the 60s. This goes on and on. Lockheed bought Sikorsky Aircraft in 2015. Then there's Northrop Grumman. I mean, you need like a whole computer just to keep track of all the, transactions that they've had through the years. They merged with Grumman in '94. They bought TRW in 2002. They bought Orbital ATK in 2017, and Orbital ATK was a merger between Orbital Sciences and Alliant Tech Systems. And then you got Aerojet Rocketdyne. Rocketdyne has changed owners 4 times since I started NASA in 2003. They've been Aerojet Rocketdyne since 2013, and that for them, that's like, an eternity. So the point is that you've got this constant corporate churn of mergers and buyouts. And really, there hasn't been historically a whole lot of companies that build rockets and spacecraft. It's changing now. But as these companies get bought up, you have less and less competition, right? So the whole reason for the small business program is for the industrial base. You need to replenish the companies that go away through mergers and acquisitions. The whole reason the program was started was after World War II, the government found that it didn't have enough companies to provide the materials that it needed. So the small business program was started through an act of Congress in the early 50s. And so that's the whole reason for the program.
So Richard, let me let Kim get in. Kim, if you can give it to us real concise. We only have 30 seconds if you wanted to add something else. But I want to tell folks that they can also go to the Ask Me Anything panel tomorrow if they don't find their answer here. So Kim, do you want to give us a good 10 seconds?
So quick one is when I present an overview of the program, we talk about our mission and goal statement, and I say these are really good words. We spent a lot of time coming up with just the right words to convey this, and this is really good. But in Kim speak, SBIR and working with small businesses is a win-win-win program. It's good for small businesses, helping them be successful. It's good for us. It helps us be successful with our missions and mission programs and projects. And it's good for the American economy. So it's hard. There's a lot of goodness there, right?
Yeah. That's excellent. That's excellent. I think that's a really, really great way to end, Kim. I appreciate it. Panelists, Richard, Keith, Kim, really appreciate your time. Again, guys, these folks have a great wealth of knowledge. So if you get a chance to talk to them during networking, or as Kim said, there's a resource for points of contact, please contact any one of us, myself included. And we'll hopefully you'll be able to transition to the next panel, which will be led by Jen Gustetic, talking about transitioning. Thank you, and talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and thank you to Janelle and Kim and Richard and Keith for a great last panel on getting to know NASA, navigating the agency. We will now, in this next panel on successfully transitioning, talk about what it takes to actually transition your technologies, your ideas, and your innovations at NASA and beyond. I'm happy today to welcome a number of amazing panelists that are here to speak with you and share their expertise with you today. First, and as I introduce folks, I'm just going to ask them to take their video off, share their video wave so you can see their faces and we can begin the engagement with them. The first is Dr. Matthew McGill. He's the Deputy Director of the Earth Sciences Division at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center up in Maryland. He's been with NASA for over 20 years. Please unmute and say hello so people can see you.
Good afternoon, all.
Hello, hello. All right,
Hello.
Next up, we have Dr. April Erickson, who is the new business lead for the Instrument Systems and Technology Division, also at Goddard Space Flight Center. One incredible fact about April is that she is the first African-American female to receive a PhD in mechanical engineering from Howard University and the first African-American female to receive a PhD in engineering at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. Wow, April, that's impressive. Dr. Erickson, please unmute and say hello so people can see you as well.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, April.
Hi, good to see you, Jen.
Good to see you. All right, next up, Lynn Harper. Lynn is the Strategic Integration Advisor for the International Space Station National Laboratory Program Office. Lynn also has a long history with NASA and has been a leader in how we support commercialization initiatives in space for as long as I've known her. Lynn, please unmute and say hello so people can see you as well.
Great to see you all. Thank you.
Hey, Lynn. All right, and last but not least is our private sector representative for this panel, Van Esperodi, the co-founder and managing partner for Starburst Aerospace. Van bridges early stage tech innovators with private investment. He has more than 16 years of experience in aerospace, and he also has helped support the Science Mission Directorate's Entrepreneurs Call. You'll hear more about that tomorrow. And the finalists of that Entrepreneurs Call are actually presenting on Thursday. So you'll get a little bit of a taste of a pitch competition on Thursday afternoon as well during this IOC. Van, please unmute and say hello so people can see you as well.
What's up, everyone? I'm Van from Starburst. Excited to be a part of this. Thanks, Jen.
Thanks, Van. All right, so now that we've got this amazing panel of people teed up, what we're going to do today is tackle the topic of successfully transitioning. And we're really going to try to make this 40 minutes as interactive as possible. And I'm going to do that by weaving in questions as we go that come in from the audience Q&A. So please make sure as soon as you have a comment or question to put it into the chat box so that we can weave in some of your questions and comments as we go throughout this discussion. So before we get into it, I thought it'd be good to define what we actually mean by transition, especially for those that are new to the program. Transition is about moving your technology or your innovative business model towards integration into NASA and other government agency mission or the commercial market. So it's that process of developing and de-risking your technology and finding that product market fit. And this is crucial for us because the purpose of the SBIR and STTR program in the first place is to stimulate technological innovation in the private sector, strengthen the role of small businesses and entrepreneurs in federal R&D, and increase the commercialization of those investments. In other words, transition is our end goal. We do not want folks just staying in phase 1 and phase 2, but getting to a successful phase 3, we understand, is very hard. Tomorrow, we have a panel dedicated to our post-phase 2 opportunities that can help you make that transition through additional funding and other resources as well. Make sure you join that program because we're making sure to get feedback about how we can make those vehicles better. Those are actually also a mechanism for you to provide feedback to us about how to enable you to transition better. So, okay, panelists, I know this is going to be super hard, especially for someone like me, because being concise is not in my Strength Finder top 5. But in order to keep us to 40 minutes, we're going to make sure that we're going to have a concise conversation around these 5 major thematic topics that we're going to run through today on successful transition. So starting at a high level, with focusing into breaking into NASA as a potential customer, which bridges from the previous panel's discussion about navigating NASA. But we can get a little bit more precise coming from folks that have actually been at the point of the spear on helping some of these firms navigate NASA and get them to transition. Matt and April, as NASA innovators yourselves that are very experienced working with small businesses and getting innovative technology integrated, what do you think is one of the most important things a small business or entrepreneur should do to help eventually be successful in transitioning their idea to actual use? April, let's start with you.
Hey, Jen, thanks for the question. And I think that the biggest thing is about communication, right? We've been hearing how people should communicate with the technologists on centers, but that is really the first part, and it's regular communication. So when there are hiccups or changes in your deliverables for your phases, or if there's some new approach, or even if there's potentially a new partner that could maybe help you with transitioning in like phase 2E or something like that, you need to let that NASA champion, right, know. And then I think that the other thing is that as you think, you really have to like plan ahead. So you need to be making those connections early in your development for where you see yourself arriving later down the road. So kind of keeping up to date on potential missions for the future. What are the strategic science areas? All of those are really important to being able to transition at the right time with the right information. So yeah, communication and a little bit of insight, hindsight.
Awesome. That's great, April. What about you, Matt?
Well, I'm gonna ultimately echo a lot of what April just said, but I want to start by saying it starts with the company's proposal. Your proposal has to be relevant to the subtopic needs, okay? So read the subtopic that's applicable to your technology. I know there's a lot in the solicitation, but find the one that fits you and read it. And make sure that you are relevant and responsive to that subtopic. Nothing makes the folks unhappier than when they have to review irrelevant proposals. Or I'll caution this, a lot of our companies, go around and submit to different agencies. And maybe what you're proposing is relevant to Air Force or some other agency. And I'll just throw it into NASA's pile. Read the solicitation, make sure you're relevant. That's the first step. Then after that, your proposal gets selected, and as April said, you're assigned a champion, or we call it a technical representative. Successful transitions that I've observed and participated in come when the company interacts closely and frequently with that technical rep, okay? Because that technical rep becomes the company's advocate for the technology in the company all along the way to the phase 2 proposal, to any phase 3 proposal, and so on. And more often than not, that technical rep is also the end user or an early adopter, at least, let's say, of the technology. So keep the company maintaining good and constant communication with the technical rep. I think that's hugely important, as April was suggesting.
Yeah, thanks, Matt and April. Those are hugely valuable insights. And we have a couple comments and questions that have come in from the chat, kind of on I can see some of the gears moving in the small businesses that ask this question, which is around who owns the technology that a small business brings to the phase 1 project. I mean, if I'm doing what April's saying and thinking at the end, at the beginning, who owns this technology? Is this something I own? Does the government own it? I can address that question from the policy standpoint in the SBIR program, but if April and Lynn and Matt, you guys have anything you'd like to add on just the way to think about kind of working with companies in the development of their technologies that ultimately could be used for a NASA purpose or other purposes, how you guys think about that. But the SBIR and STTR program are covered by a law called the Bayh-Dole Act, and the Bayh-Dole Act gives ownership of the technologies that are developed under these awards to the small business. So the small business owns the technology that they are developing through this program. Now, when you work through STTR, sometimes you partner with a university, and there are typically kind of IP sharing agreements that are put in place between the company and the university. It's one of the reasons actually we kind of give those projects a little bit more time, because sometimes, small company, big university can take a little bit of time to work through those processes to get those kinds of things agreed upon, allocation of rights agreements. But that's one of the beauties of this being a government funded program, is the stewards kind of the development of intellectual capital and intellectual property across the country that then you can turn around and own and use for your own business development purposes. So I don't know, April or Matt or Lynn, if there's anything that you guys want to add about that.
And I would add that just direct them to some of the programs from the Patent and Trade Office that actually help small businesses learn how to file patents for their technology. Right, great point. And to build off of that, something new that Congress did, they like to add these Christmas ornaments to the SBIR and STTR program authorization every few years, new pilot program here, new pilot program there. And one of the new things that they did a few years ago was a thing called TABA, the Technical and Business Assistance Program. And Scott Dokum will be talking about that at some point more during the conference. But that TABA funding can actually now at phase 2 start to be used for things like patenting your technology, because that can be expensive, right? Actually going through the patenting process can be expensive. So now there will be additional resources available to help with funding that kind of key activity that's not necessarily R&D, but is important to protecting your intellectual property and moving your innovation forward. Okay, so with that being said, I will go ahead and move on to the next question, which is actually directed at Van. So we were just very internal focused, right? This was all kind of like a inside NASA baseball conversation around how you work on solutions that might meet the need of NASA. But I'd like to really pivot, and this is one of the reasons why we invited Van to join the conversation today, to provide a different view on transitioning and what that means. And that view on transitioning can be around building a business that transitions innovative aerospace technology to the commercial marketplace, not just to NASA.
So Van, you obviously have a slightly different vantage point here as someone who connects innovators with investors and understands the challenges that those folks face. What is the most important thing a small business or entrepreneur should do to break into the aerospace commercial marketplace? And how do you advise that startups think about NASA and NASA SBIR funding in the broader startup space ecosystem?
Thank you, Jen, and thank you all for having me on this panel. I am honored to kind of try and bring some kind of sense to the insanity of what's going on in the commercial marketplace. We like to think of what's going on in the last few years as a bit of the Wild West. Look, entrepreneurship in the space industry is nothing new. I think the last panel mentioned a couple of good examples of companies that have done really well. Jen, you made a really interesting comment in the beginning of your talk about your strength finder and knowing your strengths. And I think the most important attribute of a founder or a founding team is self-awareness and knowing what you're good at and what you're not good at. And so often you find a lot of technologists that are trying to get trained, and there's a lot of wonderful programs out there, whether it's the NSF I-Corps that's helping companies and founders and technical people become a little bit more savvy with how to be commercially compliant. But I think what we've come to observe over the last few years is this lowering of barriers and what has commonly been referred to as non-traditional businesses that are really looking to get more and more pushing the boundaries of capabilities in the new space economy, and often are steered away from doing any business with government. And so rather than waiting for them to apply for any applications or grants, what we find is that they'd rather just go on and raise capital from unexpected places, and they're getting it. There's celebrities that are investing in geospatial imagery companies. There's all kinds of unexpected investors outside of California that are getting behind and would love to work with you all and continuing to grow and scale your business. So knowing what you're good at and participating in various forums and looking at all the different tools that are out there to participate and whether it's accelerating your business through an incubation program, whether it's talking to non-traditional investors, finding an advisory board, looking at nuancing your proposals in other government programs to NASA support. We're very excited to see what's going on out there. On average, we think we see about 2,500 seed stage startups that are relevant for the new space economy per year, which is growing, and it's been shocking. And I think we all have to do our part to make sure you're de-risking this process through all the different acquisition vehicles out there. So I think we're overwhelmed with what's going on in the commercial marketplace, and we want to do our best to match them with the right programs. And we're really grateful for all the new and innovative acquisition vehicles you're offering, Jen and team.
Thanks, Van. So to pull on this thread a little bit more, one of the things I was really, really grateful to be able to go to a venture capital training program about a year ago before we were all locked down out in California. And one of the things that I learned that I walked away from that with sitting in a room with a bunch of angel investors and venture capitalists was how many of them see our money. So how many of them see the NASA SBIR investment. That's in one of two ways, and I'm curious if there's other ways that you see it, Van, from your experience. The first was that we play a really significant role in de-risking the technology, that they may not be willing to take a bet on technology that's not de-risked yet, right? Don't go to Sand Hill Road with a technology that you don't have that you're not pretty sure that there's not high risk with that, because there's plenty of other risks. There's market risk. There's plenty of other risks that venture capitalists and angel investors feel more important helping you manage. And so they really like to see the technology risk kind of be low on the technologies that they're investing in. So they love, to see us help de-risk technologies that are really advanced technologies, so they don't have to do that. So that's why we're an R&D program in some ways, right? We help to de-risk technology. But then the second piece is that we are a potential customer. So we indicate revenue, right? So actually in a lot of these firms, when they see SBIR awards, contracts or grants, that gets marked as revenue on the annual kind of money they're taking in from customers. So you can think about showing us to potential investors as revenue, as customers associated with your business as well. And those are a slightly different frame and thinking about how to think about going to the investor groups to try to find capital and money and support than coming to, say, NASA and having someone like a Matt or an April or a Lynn reading your proposal, trying to determine if it aligns with NASA's objectives and interests for a growing commercial marketplace, right? They're getting in the different people's minds. So based on that, Van, I'm kind of curious if there's other ways that you see investors looking at SBIR funding and kind of what it brings to a company, but also just kind of like, if you were to try to describe if a small business was submitting a paper proposal for an SBIR versus pitching to a VC, just how different are those experiences?
Quite remarkable. Thank you, Jen. Look, from the mind of a venture investor, you are dealing with a significant, it's the highest risk investment there is out there. For every 10 investments a venture investor makes, they only expect one to actually come back and provide some sort of an ROI, which is unheard of. They're making bets on all kinds of brazen deals. But the old mindset of Uber, Facebook, Google type investments is no longer the case. No one's expecting these companies to be pre-revenue, billion-dollar unicorn status valuations. What's becoming the new norm in the venture community is we want to see these companies generating income and revenue. And I always point people towards what NASA was well regarded for with SpaceX 18 years ago. Remember, SpaceX is a company that's 18 years old. If people are still thinking tech tycoons and generating new space businesses, they're over a decade behind. There are thousands of more people out there that are generating income and winning business with government agencies to demonstrate their validity in the market, their ability to have a sustainable growth business, and actually invite more investors to participate in their next round. So if you want to be attractive as a business to a venture investor, then you have to be able to demonstrate you don't just have a customer product fit in 5 years' time, but that you're actually able to achieve some kind of business in the short-term horizon. So there's a lot of exciting conversations happening between the government in NASA, as well as the investment community, in demonstrating shared value. We want to be able to see if we invest in this, will the government co-invest in that, in helping you without taking equity away from your business? Can you help us achieve this kind of technology roadmap? At the same time, the investors want to see that badge of honor that you're able to succeed and grow within that government customer, as well as go after other commercial business. So it's really putting everyone's commercial business plan to test, and it's getting much more exciting. Thank you.
Yeah, great point, Van. And I just want to double punctuate on something he said about the doesn't take equity part. Most investors, most angels, VCs, other investors will take a share of your ownership of your company in exchange for that capital. They value your company and they take a share of the ownership. So as they grow, or as you grow, their pie of the value of the company grows, but so does yours, right? But you've given away a slice of your ownership pie when you take money from those kinds of investors. And it's not just about money typically from them. They're offering you network, they're offering you recruiting, they're offering you customers, all sorts of different things. It's a trade for you to make, right? Do you feel like it's worth it for you to trade some of your ownership in your company for everything that comes with trading that ownership? When you come and work with the SBIR program, we don't take any of your equity. This is non-dilutive money. So this is not a trade for any ownership in your company. You maintain all of the ownership of your IP. However, the government does get a government use license for that technology. So that is an important thing to understand from the perspective of the IP piece. And we could also talk more about that on the AMA later. I just wanted to kind of tease out that piece a little bit more about the dilutive versus the non-dilutive, and kind of the whether or not we take your equity and who does take your equity. So, but we're all part of a broader ecosystem, right? This is not a competition thing. We love it when SBIR firms also get invested in. We love it when SBIR firms get acquired and become big companies. Administrator Bridenstine talked about a couple acquisitions this morning, right? About folks that are alumni from the SBIR program that grew up to be large companies and were acquired. The other thing that I would say before asking Lynn a question is that when typically I talk to a lot of companies that hypothesize they're going to go off and raise capital. Like that's what they're going to do. They're not going to apply to SBIR. They're going to go raise capital. And a key question to think about when you're thinking about raising capital is, do you think you honestly have $1 billion business? Because venture capitalists and angel investors are not going to invest in a company that could have $30 million of annual revenue. They're looking to invest in a company that will be valued at $1 billion, that could IPO and make a lot of people a lot of money, right? And become a public company. And so when you look at your market and truthfully look at your market, not just, I have a robotics technology, and robotics is a $17 billion market. So that's my market. But really like a targeted, this is what I think can capture realistically. If you think you're looking at like a solid business, $100 million in annual revenue or whatever, solid business, that may be a solid business, but it may not be a venture-backed business. Because venture-backed businesses are looking for $1 billion exits in 5 to 7 years, sometimes maybe 10, if they're a higher risk one. So Van, I'll just ask if you have one more comment on that before I go back over to Lynn on a question about how we test this stuff in space.
Thank you sorry for everyone else for running long on this, because I'm really passionate about this. But to Jen's point, as someone who's in the venture industry, I always have to remind people, venture is the last place you should go to raise money, because it puts a very aggressive agenda into what milestones you must achieve. And unless you're going after a very outrageous business case, it doesn't make sense. So there's many other wonderful places to go and secure capital, build your business, continue to scale and grow. There's many tools that are out there. Jen's mentioned some of them, but I just want to reiterate, you don't have to go after venture. And more investors are getting smarter about subsystems. So if you're creating enabling technologies, we love that. We want to get more involved. We want to help you get more success within government like NASA. So this is a very exciting time, and we're happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thanks. So Lynn, over to you. You have experience not only working on NASA innovative technology cases, you've been a tech monitor several times yourself, helping to advance many companies through to successful outcomes. But you've also been involved kind of as a leading thinker on how we might advance NASA as a platform for commercial product development, kind of broadly, NASA as a platform. So how might you bridge what Matt and April talked about in terms of small businesses helping address NASA known technology gaps and needs, and what Van offered about the broader commercial ecosystem? What might you offer about the most important thing a small business or entrepreneur should do to help eventually be successful in transitioning their idea to actual use, given your experience?
So let me just say that I want to echo what April, Van, and Matt have all described. And let me just build on that. So space is weird and microgravity is even weirder. And so if you are planning to use space to develop a product for a terrestrial market, the most important thing that you can do is rapid prototyping and getting experience in microgravity. It's stranger than you think. And so with a combination of the Flight Opportunities Program, which gives you access to parabolic flights and suborbital flights, and in the parabolics right now, especially, the inventors get to fly with their equipment so they can see what's actually happening before they deploy to ISS, where you would have longer time and crew involvement in order to help your product go forward. I would definitely advise rapid prototyping and iteration as fast as you can as one of the key steps. The second one is step up your technical game. I've never seen better proposals than I've seen in the past 5 years in SBIR. And the state of the art is accelerating rapidly, and it will let you develop your product better, cheaper, and faster than older techniques. And those older techniques may only be 5 years old. So use forums like this and other technical forums, especially in these post-COVID times when a lot of them are free and a lot of them are online, so you can attend them at your leisure in order to both understand your customer base, understand what products are out there that help you get your product to market faster, and what other assets may be available, potential investors, as well as maybe a diversification of your product line. One of the things that we saw just recently is that in one of the SBIRs, one component of it had an immediate market application that exceeded the product itself that they were trying to develop. It was just one component of it. So look at your product not just for what you designed it for, but what else it can be used for in terms of getting the funds that you need to take it all the way through to a useful product. And I think that those for me are the biggest ones other than protect your IP. And the way that you do that is different for everyone, but we work very hard to protect somebody's IP throughout the entire communication process and the entire development process for SBIRs.
Yeah, and to build off of the protect your IP, I know there was another question that came into the chat after that IP, the initial IP discussion we had, which was, and there's really kind of two, does a small business have to have a patent or a patent pending to safely share a new tech with NASA? And then the second question was, if the government gets a license, but then the government's also a key client, doesn't that take away the business's key client? Which is an interesting question, but that's why we're going to talk. I would like to talk about that licensing question for a second, what that really means, building off what Lynn just said. First and foremost, you don't actually have to have a patent or patent pending to safely share a new technology with NASA. To safely share a new technology with NASA or any proposal, we guard your proposals. And you actually have SBIR data rights, which is a specific kind of class of protection for your for the work that you've done under SBIR for, I believe it's now a 20-year period after you mark something as having a data rights on the final reports and the products associated with an SBIR. So we take very seriously our role to protect the technology that's not only being developed through the SBIR program, but all of our programs, right? It's a national asset and it's your asset, right? So we take it very seriously. On the second question about if the government gets a license, but the government's also a client, doesn't that take away the business's key client? NASA's not in the business of taking your great ideas and producing them ourselves.
Right.
So we may get a license if there is a need, for example, for more than could be actually made at the rate that we needed at that time for some key critical, application within NASA, depending on the capability. But it's not like that would be a very rare case, right? To say that that would be a case that we might need to work with you to actually create more of a thing, right? BIDOL protects your rights, your ownership on this technology, and it's in NASA's interest to get the best ideas wherever they come from, and to build capacity with the people that are developing those ideas, so that, to Richard Mann's point in the previous panel, we have an industrial base that we can go to, right, when we need these things. And so this is actually a good pivot, I think, to the next series of questions I was going to ask April and Matt, to kind of take it back to NASA, which was getting a little bit more detailed around your experience in transitioning technologies, your personal experience, Matt and April, with seeing technologies transition into areas of NASA's needs. And Matt, in the question that I'm going to ask you, there was a question that came from someone in the audience that I just want to weave in for you to consider in your answer. So that was, Matt, your previous projects ended with an on-orbit deployment. Have any of those technologies developed under those programs that helped make them a success been reused in other programs? So what I would like to do is weave that into the question that I had for both of you, Matt and April. And the question for Matt and April was diving a little deeper in how you, because you all have day jobs that are not to be involved in the SBIR program, right? You have teams and day jobs that you're responsible for advancing specific technologies and missions for the agency, and you come and work with SBIR to help you achieve certain parts of those objectives, right? And so when you think about how you view working with the SBIR program as a different type of customer, right? There's the customers within NASA for a technology, and then there's the customers outside of NASA that are the small businesses that actually provide potential ideas. And the SBIR program, we're just a broker, right? We try to broker between those two customers. So if you put on your customer hat, Matt and April, you have a need, you're trying to think about how to interface with SBIR. How do you determine how and where you want to work with small businesses? And do you think about broader replicability of those technologies when you're determining that? Matt first, and then over to April.
Sure, and the answer is yes, I do think about that. And let me give you two examples specifically, especially to address the question that you got. One of the earliest adventures I ever had in SBIR, we were trying to develop, I work in earth science, so we were trying to develop a small data system for for remote sensing sensors. Up till that time, it was a suitcase-sized beast, and you couldn't really do much with them. They're hard. If you needed multiple of them, they were huge. There was a small company that wanted to do electronics, and they talked to me offline. I said, well, I'd really like to shrink this thing down. They went off, they submitted an SBIR, they built a single little card. Since then, I've used them in every instrument I've built, and they have commercialized them. They've sold hundreds and hundreds of these things to research places, universities, other NASA researchers, and so on. And then from there, they took it and they work in the flight environment. So they also built the flight electronics for the ISAT-2 mission as a derivative, basically. Okay. So I didn't start out to have them develop a commercial product per se. I was trying to solve my own research problem, but it turned into a good commercial product. Now, for more of what somebody asked you, yeah, so a few years ago, I was tasked with building an instrument for the space station, a laser remote sensing instrument. And given short schedule, I relied heavily on phase 3 contracts to get that done in time. For your folks who don't know, in the normal NASA contracting world, issuing a contract, anything over $250,000, you're looking at a 9 to 10 month period, unbelievably, to fight through the procurement process just to be then the company can start building something. I can use SBIR phase 3 and do that in 2 months. And I did it for multi-million-dollar contracts. So my mantra increasingly, and I know Jen's heard this from me, any SBIR from any agency, from any year, at any dollar value. Folks, that's the strength of SBIR. I can go in and I can find the applicable technology from any SBIR from any agency ever, and I can put that through as a contract for a phase 3 quickly. So I was able to do that for ISS. Now, to follow on to the question you were asked, did the ISS, the technologies we used in ISS, did those go on anything? I'm not aware they did. Again, we're doing, part of the challenge we have, at least in earth science, we're doing one-off research things. So it's kind of unusual to have a case like I described before, where a company was able to commercialize these data cards and sell hundreds of them. We're really, our NASA goal is kind of one-off research, prototypes, demos, that kind of thing. That's not true in other aspects of NASA, the HUMD areas and some things, but in the science areas, really, it's more of a challenge. So, but again, what I'll leave you with is the mantra of any SBIR from any agency, any year, at any value. And that really opens doors if the NASA project, civil servant, whoever thinks that way, because wow, that can really become enabling, certainly for smaller projects.
Yep, all awesome, Matt, and completely agree that phase 3s are one of the things that are most underutilized, not only by the businesses to sell their product to the government, but also govies that might not believe, no, there's no way that I can go direct to a company. And that's where the resources that are available online that actually can just be pointed to the govies, right? To say, no, really, actually, a phase 3 is a thing. Like you can do that. You can do that. I competed at phase 1, so you can come directly to me now, and it doesn't have to be phase 2. It can be phase 1 that a phase 3 is off of. So thanks for that, Matt. So April, over to you. When you think about yourself as a customer and all of the companies that you've seen evolve and navigate NASA over the years, what kind of successes have you seen that keep you coming back to the SBIR program as a place to find solutions to your problems?
So it's interesting. Pose the question because I've had multiple lives, really multiple careers at Goddard and at headquarters. And so I've been the project manager that has worked with the Matt McGills. We actually worked on ISAT 2, which is what he mentioned, ISAT. But there were opportunities that I began to become aware of, like particularly streamlining the contracting portion of bringing on a component. So in that realm, then I went over to SBIR world, and for a while I was an SBIR manager. That would be somebody that would supporting you. And what I went back to my project management community, and I started doing these road shows and saying, hey, look, there are really some advantages here, really trying to encourage them. And I used Matt as a success story. And I was like, look, look, here's an example of where we've been able to streamline the process. Guess what? You don't have to write a justification. You basically already have the competition piece, and now we can just bring that company on. And then the other way that I would sell it to our project managers is that you can also use this as a risk reduction. I know you talked about risk reduction from a different perspective, but as a project manager, I'm always looking at how to really make sure that my entire program is successful. And so sometimes I would say, look, this is a rather low cost investment in comparison to some of the other components you're purchasing, something similar. This would be an opportunity to have parallel paths. Let's see who's going to win the horse race. Let's see who's going to create be able to achieve the specifications you need for this particular component. And then to give you a couple of success stories. So I was thinking about a CubeSat one, which actually helped to map ice cloud formations. Virginia Diodes is actually a company that has for many, many years of success actually in the SBIR program. And I've watched how their technology has matured and slightly be revised and create the kind of technology we need to advance our capabilities. And so they are now actually recording $45 million in commercial sales. That is not funding that was directly from NASA. This is commercial industry that they were able to start accruing with the components that they were able to produce. And then I was thinking, we've been saying a lot about phase 3s, but I think that phase 2Es are also a success in their own way. And when I work with scientists, I'm always the engineering side trying to assist our scientists, but hey, we can't do it all in-house. So we wanted to go out of house. And so we keep sort of this repository of knowledge of who's been very successful and also bringing partners in. And but occasionally it doesn't quite meet that schedule for a proposal, a proposed mission. So therefore, if there's that lapse or they're not quite able to get there, that phase 2E is another opportunity to get some more funding till you can get there to get to that phase 3 contract. And so I was just thinking of one that we've been working more recently with Rocore, which is boom technology, and booms are utilized all over the place, right? So we don't, we most often think about maybe even extending a telescope and creating that focal path length, but it could be that we're using it for a magnetometer. And so for some of our Helios physics scientists, they're looking at using a magnetometer boom. And so Rocore has this really unique concept and capability. And so now we're approaching them and saying, hey, if you're not ready, because now the proposal has shifted, the AO, then therefore let's continue to mature the technology. Let's go for phase 2E. And then I was thinking of one other, which is this tunable semiconductor laser for remote sensing. And that was provided by Snapshot. And they actually did just that. They did a phase 2E, and that was able to be successful and help them to contribute along. And they had matching private dollars. And so we've seen several of those successes in our portfolio at Goddard.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I just want to punctuate for folks that April and Matt, as they both admitted, have worked very much in the science sphere, right? And they're one type of customer within NASA, right? NASA has the Aeronautics Mission Directorate, Human Exploration Mission Directorate, Space Technology, where I sit. And those different mission directorates kind of have their own cultures and their own challenges, right? And a set of different considerations on whether or not they're buying 5 of something. I like to say sometimes NASA buys 5 of something, 1 to bake, 1 to break, 1 to shake, 1 to put on the shelf, and 1 to fly. And then that's it. And sometimes NASA is actually buying something that we know a lot of other people are going to want to buy too, if someone can figure out how to do it. And we're happy to be the leading customer. And so with that, Lynn, I'd like to transition to you to ask, kind of one of those questions around, the elephant in the room, which is, 125K phase 1, 750K phase 2. That can only do so much, right? Especially for different types of technologies. Different types of technologies are different types of expensive and take different kinds of time. To Matt's point and April's point on using all the vehicles available to you, funding vehicles. But even with all the funding vehicles available to you, access to flight and doing a flight test is real important in de-risking your technology and getting it to a point where it unlocks customers. And I've had company after company come to me and say, man, when I got that flight test, it was like, then the floodgates open. Then all these people come to me for phase 3s. Then because my TRL was up to a level where they had more confidence in the ability of my technology because it's been flight tested. So I'd like, Lynn, just based on your experience with ISS, with flight opportunities, thinking about the broader kind of how do we increase the amount of opportunity for people to actually get access to those kinds of things? What would you offer to people as they think about that key point in the Valley of Death that they will at some point reach, which is where they need to do a flight test? How should they be thinking about that?
So this is a really critical area for anybody that's done flight projects. You want to know that that whatever hardware you're going to use in space is going to work, and the environment is very strange. Once you've proved something works in the flight environment, you're a step up competitively to a lot of other people that have great ideas but haven't gotten that far. So the technological Valley of Death, and it's called that because it's one of the most expensive and difficult ones to traverse, where you go from this was a good idea to this is a workable system to finally this is the final product, and you can either make it available for customers on Earth, or you can use it and incorporate it in the spacecraft. There's absolutely nothing that compares to flight qualification, whether it's parabolics as your first one, suborbitals as a second. But if you're going to be operating, say, for example, for a long time in low Earth orbit, you may want the exterior of the ISS over time to test your materials, or you may want to test materials in that, or specific processes, or the whole thing. For those that are developing flight hardware that are serving a terrestrial market, your product needs to be, and this is for microgravity, your microgravity product needs to be not only better than anything that can be produced on Earth, but so much better that it makes sense to put manufacture in space as a critical element of your business plan. And your investors need to think so too. And nobody's going to think so if you haven't demonstrated it in flight. So the mantra during the biotech, infotech, and nanotech revolutions between like 2000 and 2010, and it's still true, was fail fast, fail often equals learn fast, learn often equals breakthrough if you do it right. And so that is what I would advise everyone. Build fast, test it, let the data talk to you. Don't kid yourself about how this thing is performing, and absolutely, get flight testing. Now there's support in addition to the phase 1, phase 2 SBIRs through NASA's Flight Opportunities Program in order to do that testing that will not cost the company extra. And a lot of the SBIR investigations that I've been technical monitor for over the past 5 years, the ones that have been very successful have used it a lot. And just for an example, Maiden Space that did the first manufacturing of a tool in space and has been manufacturing in space ever since. Wiki reported that they did 400 parabolas before they got it right. So depending on the complexity of your hardware, the more complex it is, the more tests that you want to perform and all of that. And then reserve the right to get smarter over time and plan on probably at least 10 learning cycles. So learning cycle is you develop, you fly, you fix, you fly, you retest, and so forth. And in saying that, some will take 5 and some will take 500. So there's a lot of room in there.
Yep. Thank you, Lynn, for that awesome answer. And I do just want to put in a plug for the Flight Opportunities Program. They actually are another STMD program within NASA. They will actually offer up matching funding for your phase 2E or your CCRPP application. They will be the matching funder to help you get to flight if there is a flight opportunity actually associated with that additional incremental work. So with that being said, I just want to encourage everybody to check out the other STMD programs that are transition opportunities, many of which were identified today by the panel, and to thank Matt and April and Van and Lynn for joining us to talk about not only being successful in working with NASA, infusing into NASA for NASA needs and addressing our problems, but also in thinking about working in the broader commercial aerospace ecosystem and how to be successful navigating that. So we hope you guys walked away with some great insights from the discussion today. There will be future networking sessions and AMAs where we can address any of the questions that we didn't get to today. So join me in thanking the panelists very much for today's session. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed listening to the discussion on transitions from Jen and that panel. A lot of great insights from Lynn and Jen and the other panelist speakers. I'm excited to welcome you to our panel discussion and Q&A on one of NASA's SBIR program success stories. You heard the NASA administrator this morning discuss a little bit and touch upon the great success of Made in Space. My name is Carlos Torres, and I'm the program manager for the NASA SBIR STTR program. A little bit about my role. I'm responsible for contributing to overall policy and leading business operations for the NASA SBIR STTR program. We have a great lineup of panelists who'll be talking about the SBIR success of the company Made in Space. First, we have my NASA SBIR STTR colleague, Gwen Jasper, who is a Center Technology Transition Lead for the Marshall Space Flight Center. She is a native of Huntsville, Alabama, and has had many roles at NASA, including working as an atmospheric scientist and an aerospace engineer. Gwen, please unmute your mic and introduce yourself.
Good evening. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Gwen Jasper.
Thank you, Gwen. We are also joined by Tracy Prater, who is an aerospace engineer at Marshall. She also serves as a contracting officer representative or core for the NASA SBIR STTR program, which means she oversees the deliverables for SBIR contracts that align with her technical expertise. She is the core for Made in Space on the Vulcan Hybrid Additive Manufacturing System, which is a 3D printing system for metals intended for demonstration on ISS. She has been the core for this effort since 2017, and she was also the core for Made in Space MELD work, which is a phase 1 SBIR from 2019 to 2020, focused on laser welding capability. Tracy, please unmute your mic and say hello.
Hi, I'm Tracy Prater. I've been in the Materials and Processes Laboratory at NASA Marshall, and I'm excited to talk to you today about the SBIR program.
She'll also be playing the grand piano for us as we close out.
Not part of the program.
Finally, we have Kevin DeMarzio. He's the Vice President of Business Development for Made in Space. He is focused on expanding the company's technology portfolio and bringing their wide breadth of products to the marketplace. This encompasses the entire Made in Space portfolio, including satellite architecture for assembly and manufacturing, microgravity-enabled products, and space exploration technologies. Kevin, can you unmute your mic and also say hello?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Welcome. As I mentioned, today's panel will focus on technology transition, journey of Made in Space, a business specializing in space manufacturing technology, including 3D printing in space. The company received its first NASA SBIR award in 2011. They're actually located in the heart of Silicon Valley at NASA Ames Research Center. Business Park is one of their offices. They have been recently acquired by a large space company, Redwire. In June of this year, Made in Space notable SBIR technology transitions achievements include launching the first additive manufacturing facility on the ISS in 2015, and received a $73.7 million contract for NASA to develop and demonstrate on-orbit servicing, manufacturing, and assembly. We just say OSAM-2, also known as Archinaut. We've gathered this group of panelists today to provide you with a comprehensive look with perspectives from both inside NASA and from the company itself of how and why Made in Space was so successful working with our program. Our goal for you today is to walk away with a better understanding of this particular success and make sure you find the helpful bits and pieces of this story that are relevant to your technology, business, and SBIR journey so far. I'll start out this panel by asking a couple of questions, but we're also interested in hearing from you. If you have any questions, please type them in the chat box and they'll come to me right away, and we'll make sure that we answer them and get to the right person to answer on the panelists. So as you heard from the previous sessions, this event is all about technology transition, which I'll define again for you. We define transition as moving your technology on innovation business model towards integration into NASA or another government agency or mission. We're sharing Made in Space as an SBIR success story because the firm has transitioned several SBIR technologies, starting from phase 1 to phase 2 and through our post-phase 2 vehicles and beyond, resulting in integration in several NASA missions, as well as commercialization success. So this is one way the SBIR program defines success. But let's hear more from our panelists. How do you define success from the NASA perspective? Gwen and Tracy, and from the industry perspective. Kevin, Gwen, let's start with you.
Yes.
Gwen, please provide some insight.
Yes. Here at Marshall Space Flight Center, we consider success when one of our technologies have been infused into a program or a project. We count on small businesses like Made in Space to help us meet our technological needs. I do have an example from the SLS, which is one of the programs that Marshall leads, and that is we have transitioned about 2 technologies, and some of those are combustion chambers and also nozzles. And that's the way we define success, Carlos.
Thank you, Gwen. And how do you find success from the NASA core perspective, Tracy?
Sure. So success, as I define it, is really developing a technology that's highly responsive to an identified technology gap. So meets a NASA technical need, and then transitioning that into a NASA project or program or commercializing the technology. So when we write these SBIR topics on the NASA side, what we're really doing is identifying technology gaps and needs. So we're thinking along the lines of NASA cannot do this at present because, and then asking a company to develop a technology to fill in that gap. So in my case, I work in kind of the broader area of manufacturing in space. So we might be seeking a technology to help us join materials in the space environment for assembly or repair applications. Or in the case of Vulcan, which Kevin will talk about, seeking a metal manufacturing capability that can operate in a microgravity crewed environment that we can use to build and evaluate materials, and then one day transition that to missions beyond low Earth orbit for on-demand sparing. So on the government side, really, we define the roadmaps, the objectives, the top-level requirements. We have the missions that need these technologies, really, and then fusion points. So, you know, we work with the company to ensure that they have the resources, the appropriate points of contact at NASA, the good technical input to keep them focused on that gap closure and maturing that technology for mission and fusion. So for the in-space manufacturing project, we're primarily focused right now on maturing manufacturing technologies, demonstrating them on space station. So we use SBIRs to develop payloads and experiments and then test that on ISS. So if it's success for our project, it's something actually being tested on ISS in the relevant environment.
Thanks, Tracy. And from the business perspective, Kevin, how do you define success?
Yeah, so Tracy actually gave a really good example of defining success for NASA and really taking payload all the way through development into flight and actual demonstration. But from a business perspective, that is actually just the beginning portion of being able to commercialize the technology and really begin to have the growth of really where this SBIR technology set originates from. So when SBIRs are presented as topic areas, they're really focused on a specific solution that is really developed to accommodate and fulfill that request. But there's always a business aspect to these SBIR topics that is readily able to be shown by a business going and accomplishing and developing these technologies. So as we're able to transition, for instance, Tracy mentioned Vulcan as a metal manufacturing facility, we're able to actually use that facility to commercialize and accelerate other areas of the Made in Space business. And similarly for other SBIR topics, that's really how we would define success and transition that technology from early stage development to operationalizing and commercializing that technology.
Thank you, Kevin. I mean, obviously, too, you guys have done a lot of research, scouring the solicitation, looking for and identifying correct topics. Can you tell us a little bit about how you identified customers within NASA and outside on that journey?
Yeah, so if you take a look at NASA as a whole, you can start to see that they are organized by centers and directorates. difference. And understanding the difference is critical to really perceiving how these topics are laid out through the SBIR program. And understanding how to navigate through that structure, and Tracy's a great example of this as being the core of our SBIR program, we're able to utilize her as a resource to really understand the customer's needs. And from a business perspective, that is a pinnacle item that really has to be covered. And being able to do that allows us to be able to expand into other topic areas and really refine and narrow down how we can help out the NASA customer and subset of that and really branch out into other areas. And a great example of that is exactly the path that Made in Space took, which was to develop the first 3D printer for the space station and then readily show that other materials are able to be manipulated in microgravity as well. And that is a direct need of NASA. But as you manipulate those other materials, there's also other branches that continue to evolve and allow us to expand even further for our NASA customer.
Thanks, Kevin. So you can see that there's many components to define success, and that a core plays a crucial role in the success of the company and helping shepherd them through the journey. Kevin, can you please really walk us through how Made in Space got it to where it is today? How did you reach the point of successfully transitioning, not just with NASA, but also, your journey of being acquired?
Yeah, so that really starts back from when we began our journey through SBIRs. And as we were able to produce that first microgravity manufacturing facility, it became readily apparent to us that leveraging the resources that is given through the SBIR program is an amazing way to accelerate the growth and sustainment of our business. So we were able to use folks like Tracy and our other technical monitors and cores to show us a path and leverage those resources to really go down that path to expand our technology portfolio and identify those different opportunities that really align with the overall business strategy for Made in Space. So as we began to achieve and really garner more phase 1 SBIRs, the core that is managing that SBIR is critical in understanding the problem you're trying to solve, because the topic area is really how the problem began. It's not necessarily what the problem may be at the time you end your phase 1. So as you evolve your technology and go through that initial program, you should align the next phase towards the customer's goals, not what the original topic area may be requesting. So having a great relationship with the technical monitor for the SBIR program allows for that continued transition into phase 2, and then even further into phase 2Es or CCRPPs or phase 3 activities. And really understanding that path of transitioning from phase 1 to phase 2 starts with the technical monitor, starts with your customer. And as you bring on and add and understand your customer's needs, you can then begin to understand how to commercialize the technology, because one customer will give you one perspective, which is how you go through the SBIR program, but ultimately the goal is to commercialize the technology, which means figuring out how to broadly bring this solution to market, which the SBIR program is specifically allowed to help with. And actually there's a mechanism that not a lot of folks know about for phase 2s for commercial activities. And if you read the SBIR specific allowances, you can put in a proposal to actually drive extra dollars towards commercialization activities specifically. And that's something where understanding the rules of the program and utilizing the resources that are readily available becomes a great way to leverage how this program is built.
Thank you, Kevin. There's a lot of insight in there of not understanding how the topics, planning ahead for what the customer wants. And in addition to that, really paying attention to understand the inner workings of the program and how to best leverage. We heard Kevin discuss phase 2E, CCRPPs. There's a panel on that tomorrow that I invite people to listen to and delve more into that and take a look at our solicitation, because it does provide significant other avenues to buy down risk with investors and helping you on the journey of locating other investors in the company. Tracy, I'd also like to ask for your perspective now. As the core who has worked closely with Made in Space and the SBIR program, can you share some specific observations of what the company did to move towards technology transition? And can you explain your role in supporting them through that journey?
Sure. Sure. So I think one of the most effective strategies that you can implement as a company is really maintaining focus on what the NASA customer needs and pivoting continually toward developing your capability really to address that. So there are a lot of diversions and paths you can take in research activities, but just maintaining that focus on what the real NASA mission application of this is going to be. So another key is to be really communicative, like don't hesitate to stay in contact with the person who's your COR, even outside of, regular meeting cadences. You can email them or call them at any time. And don't really worry, I would say don't worry that you're bothering them or taking too much of their time, right? Because helping you be successful is part of that job and that role that they have. And also when you report out, don't hesitate to share if you have challenges in your development effort, if there are risks in the project. Really, it helps us on the NASA side if you're transparent in that regard, because these are research activities. So we understand that there will be challenges. And NASA is a little bit like the Ghostbusters of engineering. Sometimes I think if you're having a problem, there's probably someone we can point you to within the agency who can offer expertise and help point you in a good direction. And so the COR's role is to help facilitate those interactions and get you talking to the right people. So I think of the COR really as a helper and a shepherd, but also the COR is an advocate for technologies that have good potential for maturation or mission infusion. So if there's, say, a phase 2 SBIR and it's going along really, really well, and this has good potential, you think this technology should continue, or it can meet a project or program's need, the COR can help get that technology in front of a program or project who might have interest in funding further work and infusing it. Because to carry something forward as a phase 2E or a phase 3, that requires project investment on the part of NASA. So the COR is a guide to the company, but also can be a champion within NASA for those promising technologies to really ensure that they're matured. And then as Kevin alluded to, NASA, it's rather organizationally complex. So there's mission directorates and programs and projects. And so your COR can also help you navigate that as well, and just be sure that the right people are seeing your technology and aware of it, and that they're poised to give you future activities if it does show good promise.
Thank you, Tracy. You can hear the passion in Tracy's voice, and just wanted to stress that the cores, they're part of this work. They want to see it succeed, as we've heard through many other panels today about the success that they want to either buy down the risk or they're trying to solve a problem. So there's everything on their side to make sure it's successful. So as Tracy said, communicate with the core, let them know what your needs are if you have problems. We didn't put this out there, and if we already knew how to solve it, we would have did it in-house. We're putting it out there because we're seeking solutions. So by all means, as Tracy said, take her and the core up that you have in that to ask any questions you might have and seek the help that you need. So we've heard about the support cores can provide to small business. Now, Gwen, what role do you play in supporting small business technology transition? For example, as a center technology transition lead, you might be considered as an early point of contact at the SBIR journey, but is that all of it?
No, Carlos. I also made the company with the subject matter experts at the center. That's one of the things we do. Another thing we do is to help and assist the cores to follow up with post-phase 2 initiatives. They may not know the process exactly, and we're there to help them with the process. And also, Carlos, we go to small business events where we meet with universities, MSIs, and companies. And we talk then, and have one-on-one, like we do when we go on the SBA road tour, where we go to different sections of the country and have one-on-ones with the business and to introduce them to the SBIR STTR program.
Excellent, Gwen. I mean, this is one of the things that Gwen mentioned is so very important, is that we've heard a couple of the other panels earlier, and we had a session today for one-on-ones. You guys can sign up, join those one-on-ones. We also do road tours that also expand on those. Gwen, you might have cut out just a little bit near the end. I don't know, did you have anything more to add?
No, I was just going to say we try to make sure everything runs smoothly with the small business and with the core. And we also consider success in transitioning technologies when the companies and the cores are successful. Then we consider the program as being successful.
So not only do you have the core, you have a center technology transition lead. Our program has one lead at every center. And so each center has one of these individuals that can help you and the core help navigate what needs to be done. It looks like we're out of time. So thank you so much, Gwen, Tracy, and Kevin for sharing your insights on the SBIR STTR success story. And thanks to everyone for tuning in. If you have any questions that we didn't address during the panel, please feel free to bring them to the Ask Me Anything panel. That'll be tomorrow. I think it's at 2:00 Eastern time. I'll be one of the panelists on that. If you have any specific questions for Kevin and Tracy, they'll also be at our networking session tomorrow. And Gwen is also available at one of the one-on-one sessions if you'd like to sign up for that as well. So thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of our offerings.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Ken Wright. I'm the innovation lead in the Office of Chief Technologist at NASA. And I'm really glad to have an opportunity to partake in this particular activity with the SBIR office. And really great to see so many participants who are interested in getting connected with NASA. Today, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the fact that innovation is not optional. And this is not just because I'm the innovation lead and feel like trying to keep my job. We really feel like for NASA to achieve its numerous missions, innovation is not something that we can consider as optional. One of the first things that I did when I got this position a couple of years ago was to say, what is innovation from a NASA perspective? And one of the things that we came up with as a tagline was transforming diverse ideas into value. There are a couple key things here that we want to really resonate with. When we talk about diversity, we think of diversity and inclusion. And sometimes there's a nice distinguishing factor because diversity is about getting a diverse set of ideas and diverse set of opinions, but inclusion is about making sure that those ideas have impact. And that's where the value proposition comes into play. We want to make sure that the ideas impact the value for the missions and the mission support offices at NASA. And we know that there are a lot of different things in terms of innovation that we want to consider as we think of transforming diverse ideas into value. Is about how do we make sure this is about not just only the technology piece, but also process improvement. A lot of times we look at innovation and there are different types of innovation, from those that are primarily using existing technologies and existing processes, continuous innovation, all the way to transformative innovation, which is primarily new technologies and new processes. And also the fact that, when we talk about innovation, a lot of people, again, think about the technology aspect, but there are 4 key elements that we use as we think about innovation. And I think they're relevant as we talk to this audience today, because several of the key elements involve innovative practices and processes, our innovative partnering, and our innovative risk portfolio. Ultimately, we're looking to affect the culture and mindset of all employees to consider that they can be innovative no matter what they're doing in the organization. One thing we like to also say is innovation and inclusion and impact are key elements as we move forward. We did a survey several years ago, and there were several items that were identified as barriers to innovation. not going to go into much depth on these, but just wanted you to see some of the things that we consider as barriers to innovation. And a lot of times it's the risk-averse culture or the short-term focus of the agency, or instability because of the environment around us. Of course, lack of opportunity due to changing circumstances and funding, and just process overload. Sometimes you just get overloaded with the number of processes and things associated with getting things done. And no matter what organization you do, but especially an organization such as large as NASA, there are communication challenges, not just within the organization, but external to the organization. And just like a large aircraft carrier, the larger the organization, the more inertia it has, the tougher it is to turn and be able to react to things going on around you. So the National Academy has actually said, hey, we really value NASA as a resource for the country. And they convened several meetings in 2018 with industry and academia and government innovation leaders to really look at NASA's innovation ecosystem. And they met for 3 days later in the year to actually talk about how can we help NASA be more innovative and be able to make suggestions to that. And there was a report from the National Academies that's open to the public. I encourage you to go out there, and if you need to, I'm sure we can find that for you and post it, that talked about the continuous improvement of NASA's innovation ecosystem. We used the recommendations of this workshop to then go out to all of the centers, the 10 NASA centers. We went to headquarters and all the mission directors and said, hey, what do we need to do from your perspective to be more innovative in these 4 key areas? And several of these definitely relate to, in terms of partnering and increasing our influence with external agencies and external customers and entities such as yours. For example, on innovative people, do we have opportunities to exchange employees in and out of NASA? This means, hey, do we have ways to have assignments where people from the workforce can go and work at private industry and vice versa, to be able to get ideas, fresh ideas into the organization, and communicate opportunities to innovate more effectively. Looking at partnering, how do we streamline the partnership process? We're going to talk about some of the things that we've heard from the SBIR office is actually working on a lot of these activities. I'm sure you'll have heard, and we'll hear about more of these throughout the sessions in the next couple of days. And having more flexibility with these partnerships and be able to look at ways to both internally and externally do tech scouting. I think you heard in some of the previous sessions, NASA doesn't mind being the first customer, but if there are other opportunities to leverage that for the broader commercial industry, we're all supportive of that as well. We're also looking to streamline our processes to limit bureaucracy and accelerate decisions and spend more time working on the problems and less time on proposals. Then when we talk about innovative risk portfolio, this is about how do we relearn how to fail fast and smart, where we share lessons learned and stay aware of the external technology developments that are out there. So these are some of the things that we've heard at the workshops that we've done in terms of innovation. And we've incorporated those into several key areas that we're focusing on. And just want to share a little bit of that with you today too. First of all, innovative people, how do we empower a diverse innovative workforce and leverage the broader ecosystem of innovative minds? I love to just highlight this graphic on the right, which talks about the fact that a lot of organizations feel like they have this red bar here, which is their perception is they have a lot of expertise compared to the general population in given areas of interest. When in actuality, the organizations typically have a very small level of expertise compared to the larger population. And so that just shows the importance of making sure that we open the barriers between NASA and external resources. In terms of partnering, how do we forge partnerships that really foster and capture these outside innovations? This particular graphic shows that the level of investment in R&D for traditional NASA investments, such as aerospace, are small relative to larger investments in R&D in healthcare, the automobile industry, and computing and electronics. How do we make sure we're leveraging those other areas that are non-traditional sites? So when we put our challenges out there, how do we make sure that we are also connecting to people in non-traditional areas and corporations and companies that might be able to help us address the NASA challenges? And so that's a key part of what we're looking at, is to make sure we can look at the bigger ecosystem in terms of what's happening outside of NASA and being able to stay aware of those and be able to leverage investments in these other areas of research and development. The processes and practices. We know that the time to penetration of 50% penetration has decreased dramatically, exponentially over the years, and will continue to increase. So this just shows that pace of innovation. If we at NASA don't have a way to continuously accelerate our pace of innovation, we'll lose relevance because we aren't able to stay abreast and ahead of the competition, and as well as the other agencies that are actually looking at different things that are going on. So we want to make sure we benchmark our external processes and be able to streamline those, and be looking at ways to transform in terms of digital transformation and transformation in general. Then how do we introduce more risk leadership into our portfolio while still ensuring mission success? We know that in certain missions where there are human lives on the line or high dollar type missions, that's not the time to fail. But where in our portfolio do we embrace and celebrate failure and make sure that we have the ability to share lessons learned and experimentation? We have a couple things at the top level that I just wanted to share with you in terms of our innovation framework. Starts with clarifying the need. If we can couch the challenge in a way that really diversifies the number of people who can address that challenge, that's a key aspect of it. Then how do we assess the ecosystem, define our future state, and then develop experiments that allow us to make gradual steps towards achieving those future states by sharing lessons learned more readily. I love the potato chip example. We talk about clarifying the need. There was a challenge out there, the open innovation that said, how do you remove grease from potato chips? Ended up that didn't have many novel ideas because most of the people who responded to this concept were in the potato chip industry, which involves some type of shaking. But we changed that challenge to how do you remove a viscous fluid from a delicate wafer? And then you actually got all types of novel concepts. And the winning concept actually came from someone who was familiar with how they got resin off of violin strings by generating an acoustic signature at the resonant frequency of the grease, and the grease just pops right off. So we changed the nature of that particular challenge in order to diversify the folks who could address it. I know I don't have a lot of time to continue a lot of this discussion, but one of the things that we just wanted to make sure of that we are looking at ways to increasingly open our innovation platforms through the use of crowdsourcing and pitch events and events like it that we're having today and this week. We have an innovation portal because we know it's about connecting even more broadly. We're looking for ideas on sites that we need to connect to more effectively communicate with the community at large. One of the key things is how do we focus on experiments, which is different from pilots because we're really emphasizing learning. What can we do to make sure we increase the learning associated with the activities? One of the things that we've done recently, partnering with S&D, is the Entrepreneurs Challenge, where there was a pitch day. SBIR office was also involved with this because this was about 100K prizes that were awarded for companies that addressed the challenges that were posed during the pitch challenge. SBIR office also worked together with the companies to not just end at the challenge, but take them into the process of the SBIR process to help them with future SBIR awards. So this is an example of getting away from the traditional proposal process and award process to really have something where it was a lot more streamlined in terms of getting companies engaged with NASA challenges. So today, in summary, we recognize the importance of innovation and inclusion to achieve our mission success. We're looking for optimal ways to effectively engage the communities and the challenges that NASA faces. And we really encourage you to make sure you utilize the planning time, the networking time, to really be effective in terms of engaging, not just during this week, but even after this event. So with that, I'll turn it back over to our MC. Thank you very much.
Thanks for those encouraging words, Ken. Okay, we're reaching the end of day one of the Innovation and Opportunity Conference. And this afternoon, we had some technical engagement breakouts and some solid dialogue during the 3 panels and a good networking session. So I hope everybody's feeling inspired and ready to move forward in your SBIR journey. Quentin.
Yeah, Mike, it was really engaging today. Before we go, could we just take a few seconds and poll the audience? We really want to engage with the audience for our IOC conference this year. And so if you're okay, just stick with us for just a few more minutes. We want to ask you a few questions, okay? So my first question is pretty much about the conference today, okay? Again, you can scroll to the bottom of the page. You'll see the poll. You can click on the poll and you can put your results in. My question is, after joining today's conference, A, do you feel really energized about moving forward in your SBIR, STTR journey? B, you feel overwhelmed with the information. That's okay. We threw a lot at you. C, we feel neutral. You feel neutral. You're just trying to process the information and you want to see what you learn tomorrow. Or D, is it 5 o'clock yet? You're ready to get out of here. So A, B, C, or D. A is I feel energized about my SBIR, STTR journey. B, I feel overwhelmed about all the information presented. C, I feel neutral and I'm trying to process the information and get ready for tomorrow. Or D, you're just ready to go. The poll results should come up pretty soon. All right, let's see how we did today. All right, so far we have nobody that is just like ready to go. That's a beautiful thing. Looks like most people feel really engaged. Oh, as soon as I say that, we have a few people pop up and say, is it 5 o'clock yet? Okay, so looks like most people are feeling really energized and engaged about the SBIR, STTR journey. I'm actually surprised that we have only so few people feeling overwhelmed because it's a lot of information. You know, like I mentioned earlier, I'm still relatively new to the program. Yeah, right. And there's still a lot of information for me. And I can see how it would be kind of a balance between feeling a little bit overwhelmed and feeling neutral and just trying to process the information. Don't forget about the resource library. You can always look at that resource between today and tomorrow. Thanks for the feedback. So I want to ask one more question, okay? And we'll let you go with closing remarks from Mike. But how are you all feeling about tomorrow? We have a NASA astronaut, Sonny Williams, coming to talk to us for our opening remarks tomorrow. So what are you looking forward to tomorrow? So this is another poll. Just scroll to the bottom of the page. You'll see where to click on the poll. So are you looking for A, the opening remarks from Sonny Williams, B, the mission directors and technical engagement session, C, the networking event, D, the post-phase 2 opportunities panel, which I'm hosting, the E, ask me anything session, F, success story videos, or G, I'm not coming back tomorrow. This was a terrible conference. This is a hard one. It's hard to pick one. Like if I don't know which one I would even pick. So what do you think, Mike?
Well, I think it's a sign of a good conference when you're sort of feeling like you got so much information that's gone through you that you sort of have to digest things a bit. So
yeah,
I think that's
a good point.
I wouldn't be surprised if folks feel a bit overwhelmed. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So looking at the remarks, let's see. Let's wait till it kind of levels out. Looks like it's still changing in real time here. In general, it looks like most people are looking forward to the technical engagement sessions, which makes sense, right? We got just about an even spread between the opening remarks from astronaut Sonny Williams and the post-phase 2 opportunities. We have a couple of people, some people are really looking forward to the networking, and we have some people looking forward to the Ask Me Anything session. All right, Mike, I'll turn it over to you to close us out.
All righty, everybody. Thank you very much for being with us today. And please check out that resource library for more information. There should be a whole lot of information spilling out of your ears at this point, so don't feel bad that you got to go back and look at a bunch of that. We will see you here, 10 a.m. tomorrow Eastern time. And definitely want to take this moment to thank all of our speakers and everybody in the audience, because doing this sort of virtual meeting is a little tricky, and we definitely appreciate you engaging with us today. So that's it for day one of the Innovation Opportunity Conference, brought to you by the NASA SBIR STTR program. And have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, see you tomorrow.